everybody. We
We're not
are
late.
live.
We're not late.
We're not.
We're not.
It's literally 8:30. What are you talking about?
We're not late.
We're literally not. It's 8:30. It's like 30 seconds. We don't have Germa's stream chat where he's
Hello.
like, "Hey guys, sorry I'm late." People are like, "You said you'd be live at 2 and it's 2:03."
Fuck.
And again, hello everybody.
Hi.
we watch a lot of Germa if we have to get like work done or really tired, so I'm sorry for the increasing amount of mentions of the mans. Hello everybody. iTunes is weirdly quiet again. Did I turn it down?
Hang on, I'll turn it back up.
It's okay. Don't make it too loud for yourself. Hello folks.
Hi.
Hello Tenebrous Forge. Hello Kippy Dog City. Hello Random 00 Factor. Hello Bubbly Milk. Hello Stream Elements.
Hi, Stream Elements. Nice to see you, Stream Elements.
I can't believe y'all are using pre-stream chat to post the little men. I know I said I like pre-stream chat, and it's true, and my laws don't govern pre-stream chat outside of the general rules. But also, this is how you get an infestation. They don't tell you this, but if you've got a deep enough carpet, the little men will start to make a nest there, like ants.
Yeah.
Reminder, don't forget to vacuum during the summer. General reminder.
I'm suffering because of that right now.
Yeah, we've already had the ants move into the bathroom, and at this point, like, we don't actually try to get the ants out of the bathroom, because it's like our peace accord, is that they can, like, scamper around in there looking for water, and, like, it's fine, who cares, it's fine, just stay out of the kitchen, please stay out of any place in the house, or I am gonna have to actually get the vacuum cleaner out, please. Hello, folks. So, the energy might be a little wild in here tonight, and that is because it is day 2 of it being over 100 degrees here, the place that's usually cooler than Bugs' area.
Bugs is melting a little.
Yeah, and I spent the better part of last night / last morning with just a hell of a migraine. Just a good old-fashioned, if you follow me on Twitter, you might have seen me audibly discuss the benefits of trepanation. I'm just saying, have we checked all the facts? But we both felt good for stream, even though I woke up at like 6 p.m. So, hey.
Yeah, there was a big old thunder and lightning storm here, and when I woke up, it was pouring.
Okay, see, the nuts thing is that like a little bit ago, all the weather stuff here suddenly said like, oh hey, it might rain in an hour, and I'm like, I don't believe you. But also, maybe that explains why the pressure got wildly weird out for a bit. See if it says so on my phone. Sometimes phone weather says different weather from desktop weather, which is a fun... I'm doing fine with still being more or less in quarantine, by the way. I'm doing great.
Yeah.
No rain. Boo. Oh well.
Yeah, my mom and my pops literally yesterday had like a... Well, my app says it's gonna rain, well mine doesn't, and we're in SoCal, so...
Yeah, SoCal is kind of the bet against rain territory of California.
Yeah.
Oh, but it did mean that Mr. Man, Romeo, had his first rain and thunderstorm experience, which I thought was very cute.
Yeah, I had to pick him up because he was sitting on my pops' desk and yelling. And I took him over to the door and we sat together and sat and smelled the rain. He got very chilled out and then just kind of hung out on his own inspecting the rain before he left. It was very cute. He's a good man.
It was very sweet.
And
the initial cat behavior of, that's enough of that. Stop the noise.
Yeah.
Stop the noise for me, please.
Please, you have to fucking stop it. Please, I swear.
Which, in cat news around here, okay, I finally have the kitten's current, possibly temporary, probably not temporary names. It's, Nunu and Bebo.
Bebo! Bebo, hang on. Where did these names come from? I could not tell you why.
I don't know. My parents? The ether? I don't know. I'll have to ask, genuinely. I'll shoot off a text. I'm gonna text my parents. Hey, Bugs wants to know
Why
where
Bebo?
the kittens
Why Bebo?
names, specifically where Bebo as nickname. I'm telling you now, the answer's gonna be the ether. It's just a name
what
we
if
started.
What if it's the name of an uncle that you don't know?
Uncle Bebo?
Uncle Bebo, who saved your life when you were a toddler.
Look, unfortunately, the way my family is, I would absolutely know about
Yes. Oh, that's true.
that. And let's not overshadow, the first kitten's name is Nunu. Like,
Yes.
write that down.
Look, well, that's
I
understandable.
don't know how that's spelled, but like maybe N-U-N-U-N-O. Oh, answer! Immediately! Not sure!
Awesome.
Just my brain!
Very
Quote.
cool. Very cool. Very
The
cool.
chat likes the kittens' names very much. There you go. The equivalent of going like, yeah, my friend says hi.
Hi. Hi, Mixes Frankenstein.
They would actually literally enjoy that. Yeah, that's the official channel name of parent. I think. The kittens got to run around in my parents' room unconstrained for a while, which was extremely. I like wandered in when I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get a migraine tablet from you, and also I'm gonna sit here and watch the kittens for a while, even though I'm in hell. Oh, kittens! Yes.
Was it good? Was it good? Was it good?
Yeah.
Good.
Watching kittens run around and do shit is good anytime. I could be like in the middle of having like dentist shit going on.
Yes.
But on some
agreed.
footage of some like Discovery Channel fluff ass kitten footage, I'm good. Hey, Lord Slime Apple.
Hello. Hey, Sylvan Toast.
Hey, Self Toast. Oh, did Super Emo Boy fall? Yeah, I think they followed last stream. Did we miss someone? No, we're good. Okay, also Splatoon music is on now, so we have to briefly discuss the most important news that has been released about Splatoon 3. Pompadour!
Pompadour.
Okay, I already knew about the Pompadour because it was visible in the first trailer released, and you know, I scrolled back and through like
Yes.
5 milliseconds at a time through the entirety of that
He
trailer.
showed us
when it
that
came
Pompadour
out.
multiple times, and as soon as the trailer, like when it was announced live, he pointed out as soon as it showed up Pompadour in all caps.
Yes, literally just howling. You may have heard it, just a mysterious voice. I'm just so excited.
Oh, I watched
and
the.
For Octarians, and Octarian hair used to be limited.
Yes, I'm very excited. It looks really good.
Yes. Oh my god, it looks good. I'm excited for these graphics. And I did. Okay, I've seen that the What We Do in the Shadows trailer is out. I haven't watched it yet, and y'all are gonna think that I sound like. Okay, here's how we work. Bugs knows all the leaks for something that we're into. I'm the person who's over here like, I'm busy being crazy about other things. But also I do want to hear that set gossip.
Yes.
So I haven't seen it yet. Bugs has.
Yeah, I'm.
What do you think?
You know,
maybe I'll just wait until the show episodes start coming out.
No, it's not so much that. It's, you know, I don't expect the trailer for a comedy to, get into drama or anything.
Oh, yeah, to be so about those emotional, intense,
it is
cliffhangers that we left off on.
It is kind of giving. Oh, thanks, Texaster.
Old enough to drink.
Old enough to drink. Goddamn, 21 months.
Yeah, that's wild. That doesn't seem right.
It is kind of giving the impression that things just kind of went back to normal, which would be an interesting choice, but we'll see.
I have to assume that, if they do, it's gonna be after the first episode, and, I wouldn't be that shocked by that, because I've never really been of the impression that, and now time for the arc where we're shooting on 2 different continents the whole time?
Yeah, I know, but I did want to see, like, Guillermo, and Nadia being
We're gonna see
besties.
that stuff. We're gonna see that stuff. I assume they're not showing us like, and here's what happens when we pick back up. I hope. Important for art question, what are y'all's preferred ice cream flavors?
Vanilla. I'm boring. I like it. Oh, Moose Tracks.
Okay, time for a weird confession. I don't think I care that much about ice cream anymore.
Sad. Give it to me, okay?
But, I do still have intense fondness for a frozen custard and raspberry sherbet mix
Ooh.
that I have not been able to find ever since, like, moving away from this one specific Whole Foods.
Ooh.
But honestly, I'll fuck up a popsicle, actually. Get, like, one of them fruit juice popsicles. Ooh, wow.
Oh, that'd be good.
Or, weirdly, I do like ice cream if it's... Okay. Wait, no, I've got an answer.
Uh-huh.
The drumstick?
Yes!
That's the big spendy fucker.
Oh, man, those are good. You know, they
That's
sell...
like a flat... Like, it's a cone shape. That's just... And here's why I like those. It's the cheapest, weirdest, most stabilized ice cream.
Yep.
And it's the perfect texture.
Oh, it's so good.
It's the perfect ice cream. I don't actually... What I don't care about is, oh, this ice cream is made from pure milk fats. And is so... I don't like artisanal ice. Give me the cheap shit.
I love artisanal
Give me that
ice cream.
cheap gas station vanilla.
So, here's a few ice cream flavors I fucking love. Deep chocolate oolong tea. Very fucking good. Let's see, I'm trying to remember what else they had at this place that I really like. There's a beet ice cream, like red beets, that's really good. It has like this crunch inside of it. They sell waffle cone ice cream now that, like in a tub, where the waffle cone
I
stays
could probably
crispy.
fuck up some waffle cone. Here's the thing, I'll eat a waffle cone on its own, and I'm not kidding.
Do I like any gray ice cream flavors? There's actually an Earl Grey ice cream that is gray, and it's good.
Bugs, I bet you would fuck up a black sesame ice cream too.
I don't actually like black sesame ice cream.
Really?
I like, I like the matcha, I like, the standard flavors, but black sesame, it ends up tasting like, maybe it's just the brand that we usually get, but like, it's a little too strong on the sesame.
It's kind of a strong flavor. Also, I'm literally like looking up a picture of the precise... It's Nestle Drumstick king-sized cones is what I was
that
talking
shit's
about.
good.
And I'm gonna get like some photo reference to put in chat because I realized it's a weird one to drop. But this, and you have to understand that if you eat one of these bad boys, that paper wrapper is ragged. It is torn off somewhere in the middle and then left on. And that to me was the ultimate, like, that is the exact sense memory of being a kid in like shitfuck nowhere North California.
Yes.
And like, oh, I've got $3 in change today, baby. I can go nuts. I can get the big guy and just focus with all of my concentration and willpower to not drop it in the car because that will be the saddest thing in the universe.
Lord Muggins says matcha ice cream and light salted chips is delightful. Okay, listen to me. I had a brain blast the other day. And the brain blast was this. Wait, sea salt ice cream is literally just vanilla ice cream with salt and blue food coloring.
True.
I can just put salt on vanilla ice cream. And I did. Shit was tasty. Shit was fucking tasty. Oh, it was good.
See, I could fuck that up. I do still like vanilla ice cream. I don't know. I think the problem is that, like, as I'm getting older, like, I already have, like, I've talked about this before. I have the world's worst autistic sensitivity to flavor because it's, like, deep, rich, sweet flavors.
No.
It's like figs and red bean paste is so strong, but I want to eat them. They look really good.
Oh, I'm sorry, Frankie.
I need to, like, here's the weirdest part. I really weirdly want to cook red bean paste at some point. I just do.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It just looks like an interesting process.
Yeah, no, it is. It really is.
So I'm just gonna do that and then send, I guess, Bugs
and
my girlfriend like a pound each of red bean paste.
I win. I fucking win. I fucking win.
You do kind of win in this situation, yeah.
Let me see what else the local ice cream place that I like has that's a weird flavor. Oh shit, I didn't say we're live anywhere. I just got to drawing
Oh
because
no!
I'm warming up. Fuck. Oh my god, where's my
Whoops.
fucking brain today? Oops.
Listen.
Thank you all for showing up, hey.
Yeah, legitimately, thank you for just seeing the live. No, we always do a second ping. Hey, Goofcat.
Let's see.
It's been hot 2 days in a row. A chat question, but I'm not sure where to ask it. I don't know. Ask it here. I don't care. We're very chill pre-stream today.
Yeah, sorry, I've been drawing on the side because I'm relearning these character designs. So I've been drawing this
Yeah.
whole conversation.
Which is basically how these things go.
The flavor chat would not want is a
oh.
cupcake?
A chat would not want as a cupcake. I feel like chat as well. I guess we could just have chat as a whole answer real quick and just come up with some terrible things.
And let's see, what flavor do we got on
Kinda
tap
bugs
this
and
week?
kinda frank. Yeah, that does kind of work actually.
Oh, that's scary.
Sinner Bob.
I see.
Listen. Actually, one of our like upcoming commission finishing streams to finish out the rest of these sketch pages, I'll probably go over what we're doing at the top of the show when we start properly. Is actually going to be bug snacks focused, so you know, hey.
Oh, burnt caramel ice cream. Oh, I like that.
Ooh.
Midnight oolong.
Y'all are in here like inventing cupcake flavors that don't exist, but I do think you're now legally required to draw a toothpaste cupcake. So question closed.
They sell whoopie pies now? Fucked up. Alright, I can't be looking at this.
I think if chat was a cupcake, it would simply be a one of those really good like brownie cupcakes where you're pretty sure someone just did something weird with a brownie like box mix, but you'll fuck it up.
Oh, and also I really like, there's a place called Handel's Creamery. It's a, regional, it's like a chain store in California. Holy shit, Handel's ice cream. Holy shit.
Ooh,
Handel's
yeah?
Oreo ice cream specifically. That shit I could eat every day of my fucking life.
When Oreo ice cream is done right, it is the good.
It is the fucking king of ice cream.
Ugh. Now I now have the world's most useless craving on several areas, because I really want a McFlurry, and that's like wishing for like a
Yes!
unicorn's dream.
Oh, McFlurry's
Like,
so fucking
first of all,
good.
access to a McDonald's. My ass is a too disabled to drive gay person. Step 2, working ice cream or McFlurry machine.
Listen.
In any way.
Listen.
Because, okay, did you know that apparently literally part of the problem is like, there's like weird McDonald's manufacturing like bidding war shit,
Yes.
and the machines are just like impossible to service
Yes, I heard
unless
about
like
that.
a specific technician comes out. Absolute nightmare.
Ugh.
I find these things fascinating because it shouldn't work like that. It should be a machine that like employees like it's probably just like a clog or like a part that needs to be replaced. It's not literally fucking salute the troops, and by that I mean anyone who works in a fast casual dining place of any kind. Good lord. Braver than U.S. Marines.
I've
Braver
never
than the
heard of
cops.
Brusters. Tenvis Forge.
Braver than any CEO. The red bean paste reminded me of a freshly cooked taiyaki I had once. Okay, see that's the thing. Greeks owns a taiyaki grill press.
Ooh.
I know.
There's actually
Hi,
there's
Papakin.
a taiyaki specialty shop. Well, there was in downtown LA. I don't know if it's still there. And the one I really had that I loved was taiyaki filled with custard, but it was still hot. Oh baby, it was crispy, it was custardy, it was creamy, it was oily. Oh.
I've been looking for one of those Magikarp Taiyaki presses since Soila Squid said they draw a comic for anybody who
yeah.
could send her one. Yeah.
I see those go for like 200 on eBay, 200 plus.
Yeah, that's one of those. Which, God, which one of that? We're not gonna One Piece, but also, was it fucking Niji that you found a like
Yes.
$2,000 figurine for?
It's basically the Vinsmokes in general have $2,000 alternate figurines of them on giant snails.
Good lord.
But Niji is the one that inexplicably has a $200 figure that's just him sitting, and it's like... I got Yanji sitting. I actually used him the other day because he fits perfectly on my spacebar and we were testing something on the server.
You son of a...
Huh? What's wrong?
Can't believe... Bugs Bugs used me needing to take extra time to log into Minecraft because my computer is a fucking delicate creature, unused to renderings and this new Minecraft, and to get ahead of me on Jump XP and fucking...
Huh?
Can't
I don't
believe
know
it.
what you're talking
Betrayal.
about.
Betrayal.
Let's see what I have
Absolute
set up on
betrayal.
our streaming setup, because I forgot to fiddle with it beforehand.
Hooray!
Dubsy dubsy. Beep boop. Hey, it's the moon ones. Alright, give me a sec.
Hooray! Yeah, if you can't tell, this is kind of a... I woke up way late. I'm still good for show. How about you?
Fuck. Hang on. Aha! Okay.
Uh-huh.
Haha.
Oh, now I know that my Apple TV's on a real stream delay, too.
Let me turn off the capture display. Let me turn on window capture. Let me turn on...
There we go,
Paint.
there we go. Now I
go.
can kind of see.
Hi!
Do chat have antenna? No, just little weird hand/feet limbs. But those hand/feet limbs could look like antenna, and for the purposes of making chat sonas, literally do whatever the fuck you want. Only if you're trying to draw, I don't know, on model chats, I guess. Who cares? Crime is legal. That's different, right?
I'm fixing
We're doing
things
vibes
so
tonight.
slowly. You must understand.
Yes, which...
Okay, hi.
Okay. Looks like it's about time for the proper changeover. Alright, time to do the intro spiel. Hello, everybody, and welcome to... We're finishing the sketch page commissions that we took a long time ago and don't do anymore for a lot of reasons, but we still have these ones to do. Hooray!
Hooray!
We are finally finishing Random Double Zero Factor's incredibly kind commission for a sketch page of the main characters of Half-Life Decay. And if you're asking, huh? Don't worry, I'm literally going to explain a little bit at the top about who they are, because they're obscure, but they shouldn't be, because they've got... Valve! Listen! Get over here! I just want to talk! But anyways, tonight we are doing a commission night, which means this is probably our chillest form of stream currently available. We're going to be drawing on the commission thing. Bugs is going to draw stuff, whatever that they happen to think of to fill up the sketch page, or if they want prompts from me, or something arises from us talking. I'm going to say that in an emergency, if we really need a prompt, we'll just pull chat at random for something about these characters that's on the theme that makes sense, and see if we shake something up. But otherwise, Bugs will just kind of draw on whatever on the theme while we talk about these characters. And I have a big fucking Google Doc full of the information that I want to hit about these goddamn characters, and we're going to get through it. And if you're sensing a little bit of tension, it's because the last time we went through this, my fucking power went out. Or my internet went out. One of the two went out in a tragic way, like in like an hour into the stream or something, if I remember correctly. It was really sad and slightly crazy making, and regrettably it's taken us a bit to get to this just because we're humans who needed to like rest hand drawing injuries or had other stuff or needed to have enough energy to do it. So we truly appreciate the patience that all of the remaining commissioners have shown towards us for all this. So, that said, basic chat rules are the usual with a eye towards being somewhat on topic with us. This is technically a good night for headcanons in some ways, but also this is the kind of night where I might save any requests for stuff like that until later on in the night when we're losing steam and I need stuff to talk about. In the same vein, I may at some point pull chat for the Recoded protocol, which I'm going to call that until we no longer remember why it's called that, because I think it's funny.
Yes, agree.
Which is to say, it'll be a conversational night at some point or another, basically. But otherwise, I'm actually going to enjoy getting to talk about these things because it's Half-Life and I enjoy talking about that. So play with us. And special rule for Half-Life specifically, I am going to be worse than ever about not wanting to be corrected about stuff because due to the age of the media, Half-Life can be difficult for no, actually, it's canon that G-Man wanted to blow up the base. How dare you think that G-Man's a good guy? Stuff. Having exhausted me before. It's a lot. I don't think any of you would do that, but also, somebody else already spent your nickel, I'm sorry. But all that to say, hello and welcome to Frankenbug Streams! I am Frankie Frankenstein, the person who is talking and not drawing, and that is Bugs, the person who is drawing and also talking. That's all I have to do. Bugs is a really talented Bugs, is the thing.
Shucks.
And I will also be looking over chat, as always, and paying attention to what y'all are doing. And tonight, we are finishing up a commission. However, if you would still like to support us while we talk and draw, as always, donations are hugely appreciated, especially since we're going to go on break pretty soon to watch GDQ and finish some stuff up. And as always, any donations that go directly to us and are split halfway between us with some set aside for taxes, you still get funny noises, which will be the usual $5 honk, $30 total, wiggles, $69 total, it's a slide. And for $100 total, I will bring out the worst kazoo in the world, which has, regrettably, due to forces outside of my control, been named Milk. I hate you, all of you.
Awesome.
But, no, Chad is our friend. That's mostly just kazoo response. But, it's not called Milky. It's not called Milky. For the love of God. Otherwise, if you'd also like to support us with subscriptions, that does help us by providing a steady payout each month, although half of it does go to Twitch. But otherwise, you are not required to get a subscription or donate to hang out here and chill with us. Simply having you in the chat, having you supporting us, and as always, literally don't stress out if you do not have the money to do these things, because we want y'all to be, like, good, like, first, for yourself. You know? It's important. Wait, oh my god, Kazoo Solo, that's an amazing, should I make, like, a third tier emote that's just a kazoo?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll get on that. But otherwise, hello and welcome to the show. We are going to be drawing. We are going to be talking, and if it's alright with y'all and Bugs, I'm probably going to open tonight by really quickly. Hands up in chat. Sincere question. Is anybody here not that familiar with, like, Half-Life? As a story, I guess? Like, you probably know the game. I don't usually open this kind of poll, but if it's worth checking, because I realized recently, whoa, we have a lot of people who've been around since way after we were doing Half-Life stuff. It has. So, I guess everyone in chat who's here, hey, we got at least one person, we got 2 people, that's enough for me to go off, yes! Excellent, good! I'm a little familiar only because of Half-Life Funny. Here's the funny thing, you will have gotten across more of the plot of Half-Life 1 than you think you did, because there's not a lot of plot to Half-Life 1. Alright. So, Half-Life, here's what I want to establish because I think it's funny. Tonight we're talking about Half-Life Decay, and you might be thinking, that's interesting, so like a side game? Yes.
Whoa.
This is where I stopped to
Whoa.
Yeah? Hello?
Speaking of Half-Life, thank you, Ruble Beans, who tipped $69 and says, slide whistle, question mark?
slide whistle. Which, by the way, if you're ever wondering why we have a donation alert that sounds like that, it's
Thank you,
because
Ripple
we
Beans.
kind of started as Half-Life streamers, kinda.
Oopsie
Question mark,
doopsie.
think.
Oh
Hold on.
god.
When the elevator crashes in blue shift. Thank you so much. Let me get to your other noises real quick. Sorry, that one had like a little more pepper on it
That
than
was-
usual, huh?
You scared me, is the thing.
What is, am I like louder than usual? Is it because you had to turn me up earlier?
I don't know.
Maybe fix that because the wigglers are coming out.
Okay, go for it.
Work quickly. And then one more. Hold on, let me try and do one of the like cool move like. Yes! That was a good one!
You
Thank
did
you so
good.
much for your kind and generous donation. I've been trying to figure out how to do the like it is One Piece and there is a cool action stinger type flexitone, which is a weird kind of area to try and hit.
But you done did it.
I did. So, literally in my notes, it says, "Oh God, should I take a sec at the top during warm up to explain Half-Life?" Yes.
Yes.
So, you have almost certainly heard about Half-Life, and more specifically Half-Life 2, just from like existing on the internet and being near any conversation about video games. Like, I think even if you're fairly young, you've probably heard like mention of Half-Life, or again, you may know them from the breakout Twitch series Half-Life Funnies, and Gnome is there later.
Yeah.
Or you've heard about them from us because we're big fucking nerds, and
Holy
due
shit.
to
These don't
Oh?
look like pirates.
Thank you, best friend Mothman, who tipped $5 and says, "These don't look like pirates."
listen, they could be, they could be, they could be. You don't know. They should be. That's what
They
they
should
That's
be.
what these two deserve.
Yeah, they'll break out from one franchise and escape to the other. It's fine.
I think they deserve it. But the main thing I want to say first is that if you're ever been confused about what version of Half-Life someone's talking about, I cannot talk about Half-Life without completely dragging them for having the same amount of title confusion as Kingdom Hearts. Here is a list of all the types of Half-Life they are, and do imagine that like ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba type music under this. Oh yeah, you got that one. You got that one for me?
I can get
Got
you
that to
something
hand?
close.
Uh-huh. Alright, give me them vibes.
I'm working.
Yeah! I can see what Bugs is doing in iTunes because of the side stream. So, here is the total number of Half-Life titles off the top of my head, more or less in order of where they fit in the canon. Half-Life 1, Half-Life Blue Shift, the one about a security guard. Half-Life Opposing Forces, the one about Adrian Shepard, who's 3 apples tall and is a boot boy, but he's good. It's okay. It's fine. And the one we're going to be talking about today, Half-Life Decay, which is from a PS2 port, because Half-Life 1 has been ported to Tamagotchi so far as I know. And then we get to the sequel, Half-Life 2. What comes after Half-Life 2? Fuck you. Half-Life 2 Episode 1. Half-Life 2 Episode 2. Half-Life Alex! Fuck
Also,
you, there's no such thing as a 3.
There's also the Half-Life game where you play as 2 Vortigants.
Yes, which is the bonus mode that you can unlock if you clear Half-Life Decay with perfect scores, which good fucking luck. And there is also, I am not kidding, a Japanese arcade port of Half-Life 1.
Half-Life 2.
Oh, really? I thought it was Half-Life 1 for some reason.
No, it's
Half-Life 2.
Half-Life 2 because Barney says, "Gordon, you are Superman" in katakana. Instead of returning hero, just calls him like Superman.
Yeah.
It's very good.
It's extremely good. Like, I feel like I should look up a list of Half-Life 1 ports. Let's see what we got here. Oh, thank you, Combine Over Wiki, which, by the way, Half-Life is one of those series where the wiki is extremely thorough. Would you like to hear every single voice line from every single character? Why would you do that, Frankie? Yeah, we definitely didn't do that. ever.
Mhm.
Let's see. Released on PlayStation 2, Mac OS and Linux ports, Half-Life Source, canceled on Macintosh, Dreamcast, and GameCube. They were gonna port this bad boy to GameCube.
Wow.
So there's me just quietly roasting the extreme hilarity of the Half-Life series, and we can probably switch to different music now.
No.
Otherwise, we'll just listen to Ram It Down for like, yeah,
No.
alright, we live here now.
It'll shuffle off when it's done.
That's fair. Yeah. Would Uplink count as separate to HL1 even though it's just the beta demo? Yes, because half Uplink is actually playable. I posted a link to the Stop Skeletons from Fighting video in the, let's see, it's on the Discord in the Frankenbug Spam channel, where he explained this. You can actually play Uplink. It's hidden on the PS2 version with a cheat code.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And that's true, I did technically forget Lost Coast, but also Lost Coast is a tech demo, so... It's very pretty, but we
shit.
tried to play it once.
Milky
Oh,
greater than.
Oh. Okay.
yeah?
Thank you, Raven Bonifoy, who donated $26 and says
Uh-huh.
Milky with a little angry smiling face. With a mischievous smiling face.
Thank you for your kind support.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh,
I'm just doing a round of honks. I'm not even counting these. I think there's also a wiggle in there, because now we're past 90.
yes, we are at 100 exactly.
That was actually really good. I'm getting better at those.
You are.
And now...
Oh.
Oh.
I'm really glad. It seems like it hurts both of us now, which is great.
It literally does. Let me tell you, hearing it directly through your face bones, whatever you think it sounds like without doing that, it's a sense experience. It gets all the way back there.
Silver Knight says that sounded like I was blowing my nose. Great.
Oh, hold on, I got. Oh wow, it just didn't do anything. It refused. It would not go off the bit.
Yeah. See, it knew. Oh.
It's starting to sound like an actual kazoo.
Yeah. Hang on,
Kind
wait.
of.
Let me
Kind
try.
of. I don't know.
That sounded like a fart.
A little bit.
Yeah. Thanks, Kirby. That's the automaton Frankie got me.
Yeah, it's shaped like Kirby. So it looks like a little Kirby doing music notes. Thank you so much.
Vegeta.
Y'all are being incredibly kind.
Thank you. I'm drawing half awake Gina.
Yeah. Okay, so here is the basics of the plot of Half-Life 1. You are Gordon Freeman, extremely overachieving 20-something-year-old. I think he's like 22 or something ridiculous. Imagine being the kind of stressed out, like, shaking greyhound in a sweater it would take to have a doctorate from, like, MIT and also have, like, researched abroad theoretically by the time you're, like, 20-fucking-2 or, like, 25 at the... I think he's, like, 20 even. He's Ace Attorney aged. He escaped from an anime dimension. We just all have to accept that this is an escaped Final Fantasy boy, judging by his, like, achievements by age. But imagine being that stressed out individual who overachieved through all of that, and then you find a cool job actually getting to apply the science that you're interested in, which is like this wild vein of physics that has to do with like actual interdimensional travel and teleportation, and you're working with your mentor from school, who's this really cool guy. And then everyone who works there is like, most of them are 10 to 30 years older than you. And it's like, go push the cart pushing boy. And you go, okay. You sign okay very sadly. And you put on your cart pushing boy cool robot armor. and you go push the car, and then the fucking world explodes!
Yeah.
And then the entire... Okay, he's 27. That's actually less bad than I thought it was. Jesus
It's because
Christ.
we looked up the thing and they said that Gina was 25.
Yeah, which by the way, we'll get to that, but just ignore all of that, good fucking lord. Which by the way, I actually have a friend who graduated from MIT, shout out to Kate, like one of my like oldest friends, online. I've mentioned this before, MIT engineering students are feral.
Yeah.
As a whole.
Yeah.
I think, was it the dean who kept having a cake snuck into their room, but also, like,
There's
the
also,
door of their office got, like, duct taped shut once?
like the
as a prank?
dodecahedron or something? Was that
Yes, it's a giant stone dodecahedron
Mhm.
that the engineering students really like to roll around because it's not affixed to anything. We have to be, I applied to go there, yes. It's a feral, overworked populace, so that's just some background info for what kind of person we can assume Gordon Freeman is, who, basically the rest of the plot of Half-Life 1 is thus. The base exploded, portals are opening, shit went bad with the crystal that we put in the laser, some Fed dude keeps showing up in the distance. Get out. Okay, Gordon Freeman tries to get out. Oh shit, the military's here to save us. Oh shit, the military's shooting us instead. Instead of Gordon get out, it's okay, Gordon get to this one lab and maybe we can shut off the portals and the explosions. And then Gordon goes to other dimension and also fights giant big alien guy. And then, oh no, Fed guy is here and he's interdimensional weirdo.
Mhm.
AKA the Genie. And he goes, Gordon Freeman, I'm afraid we have to put you in the cold storage locker for just a little while.
Get in
I
my
have
briefcase.
stuff for you. Get in the fucking briefcase, Gordon Freeman. And I can still kind of do that voice.
Huh.
So yeah, Half-Life 1's plot is mostly just Gordon has a really bad day. And then the plot kind of becomes something entirely different for Half-Life 2 in ways that are arguably very fun and interesting and also like hugely formative. But we're not here to talk about that. Thank God. We're here to talk about Gina and Colette, who I might call Cosette once or twice because I have mouth problems.
Mhm.
I apologize ahead of time.
Mhm.
Oh god, you've made her pirate. This is good. I don't think she will cause any problems doing this.
Mothman asked in chat, I could not resist.
You cannot... That's true. G-Man gave Gordon a Go-Gurt and a buzz cut and put him in a freezer? Yes.
Yeah, basically.
We simply cannot be having with that rat tail, Mr. Freeman.
Uh-huh.
So, because Half-Life 1 was the most popular fucking big fucking deal, like, y'all have to understand, because this game existed, like, TF2 exists, Counter-Strike exists, the PC modding scene exploded, Gmod, which, you know, Gmod split off into a lot of weirdo creatives who do a lot of really cool work, to be honest, like, everywhere, online.
Oh shit. Best friend Mothman.
Secret pirate dollars.
Thank you for the $5, says Secret Pirate Dollars.
Thank you. We do appreciate it. Yeah, obviously, like, Portal and stuff, but I don't count that so much because that's just, like, Valve doing more stuff.
Mhm.
But yeah, generally speaking, this splits off into a lot of stuff, and one of them is the PlayStation 2 port for Half-Life 1 contained a bonus co-op game mode, which you could also play in single player, but it was extremely made to be played in co-op.
Well, actually...
Kind of. Oh,
No, you
okay.
couldn't play it in single player.
Really?
In fact, the
Well,
only...
I thought you could play it single player and switch between the goals.
No,
Was
so
that just an...
the
did
only
that just
reason
get
I can
added?
do that is
Oh.
that is a mod someone made for the game. I
Yeah, that
believe.
tracks. Okay, so basically, it was when it came out straight up made for co-op. You needed to play with another person, but also that was kind of a new concept, like especially like playing in co-op in a way that wasn't competitive. Because for this, you play as the scientists who wear the other two Hev suits, which is the funny orange suit that Gordon wears. When he goes and puts his on, there's another pair of hev suits to either side of it, and these are the scientists who are wearing that. It's a very cool mini additional game. I think in many ways it's like one of the first examples of a really interesting added game mode that changes up the play style. It's difficult to play,
Yeah.
and the plot is thin
Yeah.
and doesn't do these ladies much justice, in our opinions.
And then they kill them off screen. Hooray!
And then they kill them off screen. Hooray! Kind of. It depends on whether or not you think the way that they were killed off screen is canon or not, which in Half-Life is a rat's nest. I should mention, some of those other games that we mentioned, Blue Shift and Opposing Forces, those are both Gearbox joints, right?
Mm-hmm. This is
So
also
there's-
a Gearbox joint.
Yes. So, yeah, Gearbox got a lot of work done for Valve in this era. Oh, what's the command for biting? Yeah, it's... Kill. There's some people in Half-Life fandom who claim that the Gearbox games aren't canon at all. And then there's me who goes, I like a lot of the stuff in the Gearbox games, but at least one of those things can't be canon because it doesn't square with anything else done. It's a lot out here. Long story short, we really like these characters, and we've always preferred to integrate them both into the rest of the canon going forward because, okay, yeah, one of them being live isn't much better. It's the point being. Which, reminder, if we misspeak and aren't, super precise tonight, please understand that it's very likely that we're just talking fast and not explaining everything as we go.
Yeah.
I can't overstate how into Half-Life we got.
Yeah.
We got really into Half-Life. I know the things. Hey, Pasu.
Hey, Emma.
We're doing art night. Well, you're just in time for me to start talking about hypothetical cool lesbians who... The problem is Half-Life left their toys over here, so if they're not gonna do anything, we get to say that they're girlfriends.
Yeah, that's Luffy's mom. Yeah, that's Luffy's mom. You're right.
I mean, sure.
See ya, Slime.
Yes. See you around, Slime. And yeah, random double zero factor, I also agree that if it doesn't actually happen in-game, I don't think it should be counted, and also, I think it's fine. I think it would be fine if Valve just says that sucks, we're gonna say it isn't, and also if they wanted to put them in Half-Life Alyx, they have a perfectly good reason to do so, which is that...
Women.
For legal reasons, I'm not going to spoil something really interesting about Half-Life Alyx just in case. But let's just say that Half-Life Alyx has some really good reasons for characters that maybe should have been dead to not be dead.
Mm-hmm.
Valve, just do whatever! Alyx ruled! Just fuck around, it's good.
Yeah.
The old stories were kind of bad. Even though they're fun games. Anyways. Speaking of which, so... I'm gonna give you the shortest possible version of Opposing Forces plot. Cool pair of lady scientists who
Decay.
probably have more interest... Sorry, Half-Life Decay, specifically. Pair of cool lady scientists who probably have, more important stuff they could have been doing, turn out to be who get the correct sample put into place for Gordon Freeman, and have to do a bunch of duo buddy puzzles to do background work for that, and then everything explodes, and then they go escape, and then a scientist tells them, over here, I have a good idea, and they go rescue that scientist, and that scientist's brilliant idea is, I'll call the police!
Mm-hmm.
They shall help solve this dispute, and by the police, I of course mean the United States military, who, in theory, the government is working with Black Mesa, I should mention. Black Mesa is where all this research is happening. But also, you fucking idiots!
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. Do not call the Popo!
Mm-hmm.
Long story short, he does that, and the game kind of ends, if I remember right. Let me check my notes. The bonus mission, two-player game. Oh god, my notes reminded me something I forgot. There's no checkpoints in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Good god.
There's just levels.
Oh, yeah, there's just levels. Also, this game has a character who I kind of wish would also get brought back, which is Dr. Richard Character, who is a character who uses a wheelchair, and it's
Yeah.
actually like a good wheelchair design instead of a bad one, which
yeah,
is
Killer's cool.
sad. Yeah, honestly. He should come back too.
His
let's see.
wheelchair has like tank treads. It fucking owns.
Yes! It's like a really cool, like, oh, I could see that fucker going upstairs kind of model.
Mm-hmm.
And it has, like, a whole back on it instead of being one of those, like, terrible hospital wheelchair backed kind of things.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. Let's see. Deliver the test sample. Escort assigned. Oh god, was Dr. Rosenberg an escort mission?
Yes.
Oh god. Call the military. Military kill everybody. Oh, from my notes, presumably this explains why Dr. Rosenberg never showed up in the series again. Abandoned in Nevada desert. Kicked to death by Kleiner. Are my exact notes here.
Yeah, he's the one from Barney's one who's like, alright, Barney, go in the hole and get all the things and go to Zen and bring me
Yes.
back a battery and whatever, go, have fun. And
And
so,
this will teleport us out to a cool car we can escape in, Barney.
yeah.
So that's why abandoned in Nevada desert. Oh, right. Jean and Colette go back to Dr. Keller and help him try to nullify the resonance cascade, which is interesting because there's a bit about something countering them doing that. And then it's kind of just fetch quests and random tasks, and it goes, we did it! Congratulations! Game
Literally,
over!
the ending of the game is, congratulations, girls, you did it! Fade to credits.
Yes. Yeah. It's... again, not blaming the developers. They were given not very long to make a whole-ass, like, bonus game mode while porting a game. That porting games is hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot. Kleiner pushed up Rosenberg out of the car? Yes.
Yes.
Basically.
Good for him.
I think so. I think Kleiner would do it. Remember that time that in Half-Life 2, Dr. Kleiner, Gordon's mentor, literally opens the door with a shotgun pointed at you at one point, so I think he's a real one.
Yes.
The fact that they managed to make something while translating code from one system to another is astonishing. Yeah,
Yeah.
honestly. So yeah, that's how their actual game works, and we can talk a little bit about the characters, but also we want them to do more stuff in the games, and I think this part of the sketch page was us. Oh god, that's right. Yeah, let's talk a second about the fact that one of these grown-ass adult scientists in one of the, like, in fiction, most, like, prestigious, exciting places to work in the country as a scientist in this field is said, canonically, to run tours.
So, we are looking at Colette. This is Colette Green.
Yes. Colette
Remember
Green?
her because she is the one not in the green suit. Tan is close enough to
Mhm.
green for me. Anyway,
Mhm.
Colette has a master's in robotics and electrical engineering, and she is the
Yes.
one who was given the sample of the Zen crystal that set this whole thing in motion and was like, okay, this is really fucking weird that you guys are giving this to me at the last minute. I'm noticing some fluctuations, but yeah, this is basically the purest thing we've had if you guys want to go ahead with it.
Mhm.
And in canon, on work schedule, she gives tour guides.
Tours!
Because she's lady.
Isn't that dandy? Because she's girl! What the fuck?
And if you remember the opening of the Half-Life game, where there's, welcome to
Mhm.
Black Mesa, yada yada yada, you are on the train, I'm the voice of the train. Bring your family to everyone drop in the goop day. That's Gina's voice actress, so we kind of go like, okay, so Gina has to do that, 'cause she's also the hologram that teaches you, like, okay, this is how you operate your head suit.
Oh, wait, that Gina Cross is the one in the head suit hologram.
Yeah. That's what I said.
So, oh yeah. Which, yeah, it's... I don't know why they decided that because it's the same voice actress, they have to be doing the same, like, just... Come on. But it is very funny to imagine that just sometimes late at night on the tram, if you're on late enough, one of those lines will go through and then there's a pause and you just hear, cocksucker! Just once. She just got one of those in there.
Mm-hmm.
No one was checking.
Uh-huh. It's if you ride the train at exactly 4:44 a.m.
Christ, yeah. Only Gordon Freeman has discovered this. Gordon just, no one will... Yeah, they'll never believe you. Which, what, part of why this is so nuts is because we should notice here that these two's, like, personalities, as far as you can get from the game, is lesbian Salmon Max.
Yeah.
It's literally like, how many voice lines does Colette have of her, like, cackling, scream laughing while firing a gun, would we say? Like, 10?
Abouts, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Digital
I see
Freak.
why-
A.
Thank
Hey.
you so much for resubscribing.
Hey.
Yeah, it's great. Like, literally, you put a gun in her hand and she's just, like, having a great fucking time. She's feral. This one's got rabies. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good character. There's girl character who fucking goes the hell off. And while Gina is much more composed seeming, she's composed in a, like, well, alright, time to go kill a bunch of aliens, I suppose, kind of way. Also, like, she just radiates, keeps pencils in her hair energy, which, in my opinion, denotes a certain amount of terrifying abilities. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. We already mentioned hologram instructor. Oh yeah. Canonically, she trains other scientists, but something that we decided is more interesting is if, like, Gina Cross is the actual inventor of the Hev suit, or, like, one of the major engineers on it, because that would kind of explain why she's the person training people on the Hev suit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Especially since while the Hev suit is used in this game and in Half-Life 1 as just, like, a protective suit to deal with the Zen crystals, which is what gets hit with the laser, they are meant for exploring another dimension. So, it's fun to think about the person putting this shit together. And since Colette Green does so much, like, has electrical engineering and robotics expertise, the game has a bunch of, like, distance models of big, cool loading robot machinery.
Oh,
And we decided she does... Yeah, we decided it'd be more fun if she did that, because then she could be, like, Alex's teacher for making big fuck-off robots,
Mm-hmm.
and, like, help teach her so she could make dogs current form.
Mm-hmm.
Gina is composed in an autistic way? Yes, exactly.
Yes. Let me finish this doodle and I'll get you guys some voice clips that we can listen to real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to draw
Yeah.
dick tits. You know how it is.
No, absolutely understood. Good voice clip. Let's see. Loading robots. Oh, yeah, we also liked the idea that, like, because they're making the big robots and the Hev suits, even if they're not in on what's happening with going to Zen, all the stuff they're making is going into Zen and coming back out.
Mhm.
So they might be aware of what's going on in Zen, or at the very least, like, hey, we keep making you exploration gear, and it's coming back fucked up in some weird ways.
I noticed there's a bite taken out of the suit. Mr. Breen?
Hey, how come I keep giving you guys new Hev suits, and then those just vanish, and you need new Hev suits, and there's a mysterious death of a coworker? Canonically, there are so many dead bodies in Hev suits in Zen. It is deeply funny.
Yeah, it's great.
Like, boy, y'all just keep throwing interns in here, huh?
You know how it is.
This is the real reason Gordon's the youngest person in the facility. Anyone under 40 is just kind of being strapped into a Hev suit.
Yep.
The real reason all the guards are named Barney is because they can't get attached with individual names. They just
Fuck.
keep dying.
Fuck.
It's like, oh yeah, we just call all the guards Barney.
My name's George. Alright, Barney.
Our Barney's the only one who is actually named Barney, so...
Oh, they all know my name. That's great. What a friendly workplace.
Wow, sure is nice that everybody here knows who I am already. That's real kindly of them. Another security guard like, yeah. You either die as a Barney or you live to become an Otis, kid.
I've been working in this facility for 10 years.
Otis is the secondary security guard model that shows up, who is a...
Otis is my friend. Otis is my friend.
I would say
Otis
charming, but also
Otis
definitely
is my friend.
model made for fat jokes, regrettably, but I like Otis.
Otis looks like the dad from the Sparkle Wolf comics.
Yeah! And he talks like, oh, hey there, Barney, I know you're on shift tonight, so inexplicably, like, slightly Midwestern type
It's great,
man.
it's great, it's great. I love
I
him.
want Otis to have survived everything and be, like, a member of the rebellion in Half-Life 2.
I actually have from the Freeze Freeman Freeze dude, there's an Otis song, hang on.
Oh, God.
I think
Otis
it's
looks
called
like
You
Paul
Are My
Blart, I'm
Friend.
sorry. That's fine. He's the good version.
Hey, do you hear something? Hello, soldier sir. Hey, I thought we were becoming friends. You know, nobody likes a bully. Ooh, I can't wrap my brain around it. Yep.
Yeah!
Nope. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yep. Nope. Yeah, sure. No. Hello, soldier, sir. So, do you guys train for alien combat, or... Hey, soldier, is this just a special occasion? I very much doubt it. Hello, soldier, sir. Fighting aliens is not in my job description. Hey, soldier, my mom is gonna worry when I don't make it home tonight. Hello, sir. Hello, soldier, sir. Hey, sir. Hello. Hey, soldier. Hello, soldier, sir. Hey, sir. Hello, sir. Hey, soldier. Hello, soldier, sir. Hey, I bet you're glad you got me with you, huh? Hey, I'm right behind you. And I would
This is like his anime character song.
Yes, right?
It should be mentioned, Otis features the most heavily in Half-Life Opposing Forces, and I feel like is very much there to be like, don't you feel bad about the soldiers killing all these nice people? Look, they kill Otis! Otis!
Fucking Otis.
Who could kill this man? He's already showing you pictures of his kids, you monster! He's not reaching for his gun, he's reaching into his wallet, which has pictures of his children and subway cards.
Okay, now see, I'm so glad I didn't take the janitor job. Yuck. Now see, this job is not worth dying for. Okay, now see, my cousin is the one that got me this job. I'll stay here and pretend to guard this area. Maybe I should guard that closet. Oh no, I'm not fat. You betcha. I'm just what's called big bone. Maybe so, maybe no.
I want him to survive the rebellion and still talk exactly like this.
Yeah.
Reputation precedes me. You betcha. Maybe so, maybe no.
This is Adrian's dad now.
Yeah.
Adrian Shepherd, not Adrian male wife.
No, Adrian Millwife too.
Okay, we got a new dad now, Adrian. I think it'll be good. He's not gonna understand in any way what you're doing art-wise, but every time he'll go, oh, that's a nice picture. You should print one out for me and I'll put it on the fridge for you.
Oh, is that Mr. Kirk? Oh, he's kissing Mr. Spock. Hey, that's great. You really got the lips together this time, kiddo.
I always thought those two are real good friends, you know? I always liked that show. Ah, heck, we should watch some sometimes. You ever see the one with the whales? I want him to be grizzled and still husky apocalypse dad from Wisconsin. Fuck, you're right. God.
Thank you for withstanding that intermission of Song I Found.
Listen, every time one of the Half-Life remix songs go, we kind of just have to jam to it, is the thing, so...
Let me real quick pull up, the voice samples.
Yeah! Oh yeah, the voice samples that Bugs has in iTunes, by the way! Or did last time I checked.
I have the Half-Life Alyx ones loaded in.
That's
Those
right,
are fun
you have all the
surprises
voice
for
lines
me.
from Half-Life Alyx.
Yeah. So, Gina Cross, who I'm going to pull on screen.
Real quick, Rubalbean says, "Stop making me inexplicably attached to just some men." Never!
Gina, the one on the right here. Okay?
Mhm.
She's a little more calm. I'm gonna pause the iTunes music for
Yeah.
just a little bit. Sorry, Frankie.
Mhm.
We're gonna listen to what she sounds like. Probably gonna be a little loud. Let's see. Load. Please.
Good luck.
Please. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're gonna listen to some more music while it loads.
Yay!
Yay!
Joy of streaming is the thing.
Advanced.
Also, I have a little sip of tea.
Incoming!
Would pat your back,
Wow, that was
encouraging you all
loud.
to let- Oh,
Sorry.
I'm staying here. I'm not moving another step. I'll keep you covered. Fine, I'll stay here. After you. I'm with you. I'll take them. We've got trouble. Hostiles.
She sounds like, Barbie's first shooter. Very even-tempered, very even-handed.
totally
Let's compare
acceptable.
to Colette.
Samus Aran probably sound. Yeah, let's listen.
This is gonna be fun. This sucks. I'm taking damage. This isn't looking pretty. Cover me. Watch
Tour
where you're
guide.
aiming that thing. Sorry, can't go with you. Consider your ass covered. I'm trailing your tail. What are we waiting for? All right, I'll stick around. I'm not going anywhere. I'm stuck. I can't go on any further.
I love her. I love her. I love her.
She rules. That's honestly part.
Oh,
Just the fact,
sweet.
like, I'm covering your ass. Like, yeah,
Gravy.
yeah.
Gravy.
At least once, if they're like both like doing stuff in the training ground, there's definitely been like, oh,
Oh yeah.
There's Peggy Hill, oh yeah, in here.
oh my god.
Ah! Excuse me.
Sorry.
You have to tell me when you're playing stuff because I have to listen to it on the main stream to catch it.
There was a clip of her going, "Excuse me," for when you shoot her on
Fuck.
accident.
Fuck. Yeah, she's great, and like, it's so easy to be like, oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Girls, where one of them is calm and composed and seems very orderly, and the other one is unhinged and cusses. I see.
I see.
Yeah,
I see.
It would be. I want to play the other campaigns as these two now. Yeah.
I know.
Because here's the thing, I still think that a Half-Life game where it's like meant to be played. I know that games where you have to play as more than one person are a tough fucking sell for a really good reason. But it's still a cool idea.
Yeah,
And
agreed.
with internet play, it'd be fun. You could do something in between the games or
Mhm.
something.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'd be fun.
I think it
is
would
the
be
thing.
fun too.
Yeah, literally, there is a reason why I call them Sam and Max. I feel like it sounds like I'm exaggerating, but now you've all heard the noises.
Mm-hmm. 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 You can see why I have largely drawn Colette on this board. I love her. I think she's
Yes.
very interesting. Ma'am, hello.
She's just very fun.
And she has a big gray streak in her hair because she's the ancient age of 31.
Yes, I think I think at some point we were like, what if we like bump both of them age-wise up by like 10 years?
Yeah.
To like 35 and 41? because, like, that would be more interesting. And they're absolutely from a time where nobody making this game stopped to say, hey, is it maybe dumb that we're making these girls, like, young so that they can be hotted, considering that they're, like, PS2 polygons? Maybe it would be more interesting if we had, like, slightly older ladies who get to do stuff? No, nobody was having that conversation.
No.
The conversation was, should we make the assassins got titties in this one? Do we got budget for that? For the weirdo assassins who got boobas? I feel like it's so easy to forget that Half-Life 1 really is a game where inexplicable black suit assassins drop in and start doing, like, air acrobatic gun shit.
It fucking owns. It's great. It's so stupid.
And then
yeah. So you know that Adrian of Opposing Forces campaign is real. You have to fight those, but they're guys.
What?
That's right. It's so fucked up.
Fucked up. Can't believe they did. Poor Adrian.
They really sent the
yeah,
BDSM sluts after Adrian. It's so sad.
They took one look at Adrian and said, that boy's gay, send in the boys! Which I think I've mentioned before, we have actually played through all of these games mentioned. The VODs are on our channels. They're very early, so the sound quality is probably bad.
There was a little
and
while where it
also
didn't
they
occur
drove
to
us
me.
to madness.
It didn't occur to me that if I had a fountain going all the time in my room, maybe it'd get picked up by the mic. So people were like, "Wow, what's this water effect you have on your stream? It's so unique." I'm like, "Thank you. It's my aquarium."
And Vegeta is mentioning literally the thing that reminded me of this, which is a bit in Opposing Forces where two assassins do, like, a synchronized duo cartwheel from behind a pair of crates, which just happened to be right after a save where we were brutally stuck. Because that game, all of the Half-Life games except Alex, and okay, I'll be fair, Half-Life episode 1, episode 2, the fucking episodes are slightly less bad. The difficulty curve is bad in most of these games. It's really bad. These games think that they're getting quarters out of you. So if you ever want to see us go completely delirious from being stuck in a game and exhausted and watching the same dutiful pirouette of assassins, that's the VOD for you. Real ones, remember. But with all of this said, the rest of my notes on here are basically just the game that I wish this game was instead of the game that it is. How about I hit that after we... Well, I don't know. I'll get to that after break, because right now just rambling about the characters is fun. Y'all were hanging by a thread that day? A little bit.
A little bit.
Listen. Outside of Ballin, it is probably the most difficulty we've ever... Because the problem is that if we get into something where, like... We haven't skipped one episode of One Piece yet. Even though, in theory, we've both agreed that we can if we need to. We accidentally watched the worst OAV we've seen in there so far twice, because we were really busy talking about how bad it was.
Yeah. It was fun.
If we get into a media property, we eat it.
Yum, yummy.
We eat all of it. So that's part of why I'm like, we know the Half-Life Life's. Like, maybe there's information from some interview somewhere I'm missing, but also Half-Life is the media that made me draw the line on outside. Oh, but it's canon that Barney has a girlfriend because of the additional guide, and also this one interview from a single magazine of PC Game Informer 2003 says Gordon's allergic and has hay fever, so... It's a lot.
It is.
Bull squids are my precious baby, my radiation-proof babies. That's
Yeah,
because they're good,
I miss
and all
bull squids.
Half-Life monsters are good, and every new Half-Life game should have more monsters, never less monsters.
Agreed.
Which, again, this is why Alex is good, because it gave us new babies, which is important.
Mm-hmm.
Want to catch that VOD? Cartwheels Assassins is my vibe. It's some Lara Croft levels, but you will not be disappointed.
It's
Oh,
something.
Laura.
It's something.
Mm-hmm. I think you could just drop Lara Croft into Half-Life and nothing would change.
Yeah,
I think it would work about the same.
yeah, I would say so.
That's just if Gordon was a trans woman instead of a trans man, actually, now that I think about it.
Which, speaking of,
Mhm.
so part of the reason that Gina kind of looks like that is,
Yes.
there's the player model Gordon, and then you would go into the multiplayer thing, and it would say, okay, do you want to play as Gordon? Or are you mayhaps a girl and you want to play as Gina?
That's right, because, like, there was this whole multiplayer mode part of Half-Life where, like, an inexplicably large number of models were available to use.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could play as Bart. Like, I think that's literally part of why so many of the Half-Life models are available to use in Gmod, is because, like, they were already all rigged up for that stuff. Which is also why they all have guns.
Uh-huh.
Never doubt, Dr. Kleiner's packing heat at all times.
Good for him.
Dr. Kleiner didn't even have to, like, go to the weapons storage or anything. He had that thing on him already. This is my personal weapon. I'm not using some common schlub gun. This is my Glock, Gordon.
So originally, Gina, you know, as I draw her, she more or less looks like a face and a nose with, like, you know, a bun, and sometimes a squiggle if it's like the HD version where they decide she needed to look angry. Originally, here's Gordon Freeman. I'm just... It's been a hot minute since I've drawn this man, so give me a sec, but, you know.
The muscle memory is there, but it's been a second.
Mm-hmm. Here's your typical Gordon. He has a goatee.
This is your average Gordon that you might find at your local park, pecking for crumbs.
Yeah. He got him...
Standard coloring.
Got him a fucking ponytail, a rat tail.
He has the most wonderful mullet that he never should have lost.
Here's what a Gina looked like back then.
Mhm.
And I think you can see this still in the HEV Holo Training model if you're playing like an early enough version.
Yeah. Gina officially does Hevsuit training, and we decided is one of the people who worked on the Hevsuit project in general and built and repaired them.
Okay. A big difference you must understand.
Absolutely, definitely in no way, like, yeah, kind of the same person, but one girl.
Listen.
Which, I kind of admire the verve of them going, let's just put her hair up.
Yeah.
Real
Well,
quick.
it used to be down, see?
No, I see that, but I mean, like, them trying to iterate from there, going, like...
What did Gina do job-wise? So...
Oh, did I get that? Am I mixing them up again? I thought I just answered that.
Oh,
Cosette... Is Gina, Hevsuit, Cosette,
Yes.
robots, vice versa? Yes,
Yeah.
okay, I said that.
okay, sorry.
Bugs was in the drawing zone and did not hear me
Yeah,
at all.
yeah, basically. Yeah?
Just saying. That's what occurred. But yeah, I like the idea of her being like, we've talked before too about like them being like, it's more fun if they're available as like mentor kind of characters for like Gordon and Barney, because we've talked before about Gordon being kind of young and doesn't seem like he had a lot of people on his side. The drawing blinders, but for your ears. Yeah, that's part of why I got a topics list.
You must understand, I'm drawing this HEV suit off the dome. That's why I'm a little... Yeah.
So, here's the thing. What we always thought their game was about was, like, them going, because I always heard the summary, which is like Gina and Cosette have the pure form of Zen crystal that gets put into the machine. I didn't realize that's literally like the first 10 minutes. Good night. We'll see you around, Pazoo. Literally like the first 5 minutes of the game are them just being given the sample to look over and putting it in the machine.
Yeah.
That's what that is, and it's very much like, ooh, the G-Man gave you that ooh type. Which, by the way, is this not the one game mode where the G-Man just does not show up? Or is that?
Yes.
Because like
So.
he barely shows up in Barney's. Barney sees him from like a massive distance once or twice.
Yeah, and he doesn't.
He's
even look at
all up
Barney.
in Adrian. I simply do not. I'm too busy. Excuse me. Have you seen a lost little boy? His name is Adrian Shepherd. He's about 29 years old. Because he is up in Adrian Shepherd's business that
Oh my
whole
God,
game.
yes,
And
yeah.
it deeply. That's just Adrian Shepherd's dad, who's really worried about him. Like,
Yeah.
he gets picked up special at the end of that one. Like, he gets a kinder, like put in storage sequence than Gordon gets.
Yeah. It's
Gordon's like,
incredible.
alright, you're fucking. Either get in the meat locker or I'm going to kill you. And Adrian's like, okay, shush, 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 shush.
Now we are going to Betty Bye time in the Fun Time helicopter.
No more of the scary times. And then he was never seen again, don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
He's just chilling. He's just hanging in the abyss. But because of all this, like, G-Man never actually shows up in this game mode, which is kind of interesting in its own right. Probably just like G-Man's place in the story was very unclear at the time. He was very clearly supposed to be like the big bad guy, and I
Mhm.
think they changed their mind on that like halfway through Half-Life 2, kinda. It's
Mhm.
weird. There's a lot of. We've talked a lot in the past about the writing of those games, and we cannot get into it again. But what if woman was evil?
What? That's
What if
fucked
a
up.
girl was evil?
No.
What if a girlfriend, lady wife was evil though? Anyways.
But it's okay. She
Kind of
just
the
wanted
plot.
to own a black man.
Oh god, yeah. Nobody in the writing room was asking enough questions.
Yeah.
Anyways. That one pic of the kid drawing while the parent is playing with the other child, but it's Gordon and Adrian. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Again, can't get into it, but I cannot overstate that in Half-Life 2, the woman who does traitory, who is kind of Alex's dad, Eli's not girlfriend? I think they want us to assume that they're like a romantic thing, but they forgot to like write anything other than a woman being near a dude working together
Mhm.
and being kind of weird and bossy to his daughter, weirdly.
Mhm.
That doesn't actually mean like romance, or you have to like establish that. And then later on, after she does treachery, it's like, no, our part of the deal is that I get to keep Eli with me to do science that's important and not do that rebel shit. And it's like, so the white lady.
The white lady who got really snappy and bossy at the black girl. Awesome. Awesome.
And then, like, after you rescue Eli, there's this weird bit where it's like, I'm staying behind with Eli to look after him. Go get that bad guy who I betrayed you all to, by the way. Like, the whole rebel base got destroyed because I ratted you out explicitly.
Yeah, and then there's this
Weird
bit
writing.
in episode 2 where they're like, oh my god, Mossman, no, she's in trouble. And
Yeah,
it's
that's
like,
literally like the end of the game, like cliffhanger was like, oh no, white woman who betrayed us, who went to Antarctica for this really important teleporting ship that might be there,
mhm.
is like, no, the Combine's after me, oh no, the camera shakes and shut off and still sends you a video somehow.
Oh, and also in the quote unquote leak, not leak, about what episode 3 would have been, isn't there some shit where it's like, oh well, it's depending on your choices if she betrayed you? It's like, awesome. Okay.
Literally, yeah. So the dipshit writer who did a lot of all of this writing that we hate, but because Half-Life 2 was super successful, it was real like, you know, maybe the gameplay was really fun and it wasn't your scintillating writing. Basically got super pissed when he didn't get to solo write games, and I'm hugely simplifying and like
Yeah.
working on industry scuttlebutt here. Literally, like, Spite, quote unquote, leaked what his script for Half-Life 3 was gonna be because he got pissed that they weren't making it, basically.
Yeah.
And maybe pissed because they like had to rewrite Alex and he didn't get to keep writing that because his writing is bad and it was gonna be really bad. And Half-Life Alex was totally gonna bring back Alex's mom just to make her evil for like no reason. Because what if woman was evil? And they rewrote the fuck out of that.
Yeah.
And his version of Half-Life 3 literally just has woman who betrayed you last time turn out to have betray you.
Fucked up. Fucked up.
That's about it. That's about it. So, I
Oh,
should
and
mention...
then Alex betrays you at the end. What is with him and women?
He literally thinks the biggest twist in the world is what if woman was bad? And it's like, bro, who hurt you? What are you working through? Like, it's technically not good form to interrogate a work by interrogating the biography of, like, the person behind it. Thank you very much, Just King Things, for reminding me how you're supposed to do these things, because it's made by people with actual doctorates in these things. Anyways, please listen to Just King Things. It's really good. Anyways, It's a good podcast about Stephen King and two very intelligent dudes who are funny read through all of Stephen King, which is good because I am not reading through all of Stephen King.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's
absolutely
a good time.
not.
It's one of those podcasts I listen to while I'm trying to 100% Stardew Valley, which I cleared level 100 on the Skull Cavern last night.
Oh, fuck yes. Good job. But
Thank you.
anyways, again, not probably, but, you know, the writer is separate from the art, but also writer not separate from the art. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Stop! Stop!
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Also, at one point, Breen turns into a worm. Good for him, question mark.
Yeah! Which is funny because that's not even like a twist or anything. It's like outright like Breen at like when he gets killed. It's like, no, I don't want to be uploaded to a gross alien body. Okay, fine. Which, the Combine is a whole other writing morass. But long story short, I guess what we can lead to from here right before the break is because of all of this weirdo writing, you might notice that these are the only two women characters who aren't someone's girlfriend, implied to become someone's girlfriend, or someone's dead wife, or evil. Those are all the... or semi-nameless, rebel member in a toque. Who, congrats for getting an upload to a few voice lines in Half-Life Alyx, which does not count.
I think Olga is Alex's girlfriend.
Olga is definitely Alex's girlfriend, but she has 3 lines, so she doesn't quite count as a new female character. But because of that, these two characters feel like they've got, like, a lot of promise, because, like I was joking, the other female characters are, Evil Girl's name?
Mossman.
Thank you. My brain was like, Dr. Cottagecore, that can't be it. Not joking, that's what it spat out first.
And don't forget Evil Woman but in silhouette from Half-Life Alyx.
Right, who definitely wasn't originally going to be Alex's mom, and then they realized that would have been the most stupid, unsatisfying thing to do in the world. And also, they were going to fucking kill Eli again.
Yeah.
Quit it. Stop. Jesus. But, oh yeah, there's that. There's Dr. Mossman, evil and also girlfriend. Alex, who really unfortunately gets, like, pinned into this weird, and then she's gonna date Gordon Freeman thing. Except they kind of also forgot to write any of that in. So she's kind of just your cool friend who you do stuff with, and then her dad is like, by the way, if you two wanted to date, I think that'd be rad. This is a real way humans talk about their adult daughters.
So are you guys
Probably.
gonna get on repopulating the Earth? Yuck yuck.
Yeah, to be clear, it's much worse than what I said. It's literally like, so, now humans can have babies again? And it's like, weird. Yeah, as Steve-O Citrus put it, it would be weird even if Eli knew that Gordon had been in stasis to set up your 20-something daughter with your, like, I'm gonna be real. The age difference that should be there doesn't matter. It's weird to set up your coworker with your daughter, and even if that's a real thing someone would do, it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Especially after, like, 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
Like, bro, what the... Anyways. Alex is tragically originally written as girlfriend. I don't think she should be. That's a non-binary lesbian, people. Let's just look at the facts. Her name is spelled with an X.
Yep.
Or with a Y. Y-X.
Yep.
A-L-Y-X. That's gender, baby.
That's gender.
And then the other female character is Alex's dead mom. And that's it.
Hooray!
So, we think Gina and Colette should come back and be cool, middle-aged, badass scientists.
Lesbians.
Because I think that would be fun. Yes, who are lesbians, and also Alex is cool like aunts.
And they are
and also
lesbians
kind of
with each
adopted
other.
partner. They are lesbians with each other, specifically. And it is 10 o'clock. We should take a break.
Okay.
Alright, we're gonna take our...
Sounds
You can finish up your sketch real quick, but I'm gonna get up.
good. Okay.
Alright, we're gonna take 10 minutes. Bugs is gonna finish this sketch up to where they're comfortable, and then take a break for their hands. And I'm gonna get up, and we will be right back in... Well, I'll be back in 10 minutes. BRB.
Oh, you guys interpreted Alex as Gordon's older sister? I could see that actually, yeah, with the whole, like, the way that she kind of, like, you know, does the, like, Mr. Freeman, I presume, scene and kind of saves his ass. I could see that, yeah. That would be an interesting dynamic. But far be it from a Half-Life game to have an interesting dynamic. Well, I shouldn't say that. The, Half-Life Alex had some really fucking fascinating dynamics. I mean, just Russell and Alex alone, like, with the, like, you know, their friendship is sweet, and I think it would be cool if Russell was Alex's stepdad with Eli. I just think, you know. Okay, this is roughed out. I can... I'm just gonna fix this leg a little bit, actually. Yeah, that looks natural-ish. Alright. Meme. Beep boop. Okay, now I take a break. Now I am become rester taker of breaks. Where is snack time? There it is. Alright. I'll be right back.
Oh. It is actually going to be cool enough out tonight to let me open the windows after midnight. Hell on earth. But at least it will happen. Last night it was 74 degrees at dawn. I went and stood outside for a second then, at 74 degrees at dawn, and the entirety of outside felt a little bit like the ambient temperature of a human mouth. So, and thunderstorms over here, it's been humid. Yeah, see, humidity if it's followed by rain, I don't really mind because that's like the environment I grew up in. But humidity when it's hot is hell on literal earth. Like, I have a
Yes.
whole face washing routine to do in the morning. Hey, bugs.
Hi.
When I'm like also doing my tea gel stuff. And luckily my tea gel will evaporate under any conditions because it's alcohol based. But I'll be like, okay, I put on my little like toner thing and it's been on my face for a while. So surely it's dry now, so I can put on my lotion.
No.
No. No.
Why would anything be
No.
dry?
Why would anything be dry? You know, the distinct vanilla tea instead of just the Ratam is actually kind of nice on its own.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Well, to be fair, I'm doing like 2/3 au chocolat and like 1/3 vanilla
Mm-hmm.
for the mix. It's nice. It's nice. It's nice.
I've been thinking about, you've seen me probably redrawing and drawing shoulders a lot tonight. I've been drawing, One Piece panels at night. Before I go to bed, I try to draw one panel.
Oh, and you haven't been sharing with me?
Well, they're not very good.
Lover
I'm
of
learning.
art?
I'm learning.
Mm.
Something I've been thinking about. Sorry to get into One Piece chat. Frankie, you
No,
and I had
we're
a
doing
talk.
art chat.
Frankie, you and I had a talk the other night about the physicality of the human jaw when you're drawing.
Yes. Oh man. Can I talk on that a second?
Yes, please.
Was this us talking about the flesh yarn thing, or is this us talking about the like rooted kind of like
The rooted
muscle
thing.
planes? Yeah. Okay. So where I noticed this specifically in One Piece is the jaw, and if you ever notice an artist who's got like really weirdly good abilities to do facial poses on like open mouths, check if they're doing them One Piece teeth. Because something that One Piece does is the bodies have like enough plane of motion that there's never any sense of like cowardice with posing. Like, if a character is opening their mouth real big, it's not just the mouth drawing on the front of their face is opening up, like their jaw is down. You can see all of their teeth. You can see like the top of their head moving up. You can see like their nose shifting. Even though it's not like a quote unquote realistic art style and it's quite toony, it's solid.
So something I've been thinking about with regard to that, I've been doing Just Draw studies, or Just Draw parties, daily drawings for, like, pose studies and stuff. And, something I feel silly that I hadn't noticed, but it was something that came up in an RP we're doing where you had Sanji slouch forward and move his shoulders forward. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh right, shoulders have a range of movement too, which can lead to like
Yes.
very interesting like body posture,
Which the reason why I think about that and kind of include it in writing is I'm goofily theater trained, and especially in like Commedia dell'arte type stuff, and the amount of like chest and shoulder, I'm doing this in real life as if y'all can see me fucking like shift the poses, but like shift forward and stick your stomach out and like swing your hips back, you've got an entirely different person out of the same body shape. It's Clark Kent versus Superman is like the easiest way to like quickly imagine to yourself how much a body can shift around based on posing. Sorry, you're saying that?
Oh, well, so if you've been seeing me redraw shoulders a lot today, it's because I'm thinking a lot about that.
Yeah,
So I'm trying to
shoulders
work
are
it.
especially weird.
They are.
Because, like, okay, you got the shoulder, and you've got where the shoulder connects to the neck, which is like a little chunk of muscle. And then, you know, but then there's that, like, little, like, half handful of where the shoulder connects after the armpit into the chest.
Oh, I know.
And that's especially interesting because, like, that sits at a very distinct location above the, to use the anatomical term, titty, that isn't really affected that much by, like, the chest, but kind of accordion squeezes in and out of existence when you move. It's fascinating.
It is.
I'm a good friend to have as an artist because I think about this shit a lot.
Yeah, you're right, Vegeta. Yeah, shoulders do connect to the pec muscles. What it is you got your anchors on your collarbone. Let me just do a little doodle here. Sorry, 00 Vector, that we're getting a little off topic, but just
we're having a little warm up in the middle of doing stuff. Like, if you sit up straight in your chair, put your shoulders back and down. People always forget about the down part. And feel above your collarbone where Bugs is talking. That area is like a flat, hard plane. If you slouch back down and kind of like let your shoulders go up, let them kind of shift, get soft, that area is soft because the muscle relaxes. And everybody, okay, nothing drives me crazier than realizing that sometimes people who are drawing characters with muscles muscles relax.
Yeah.
They're not flexed all the time. And if you use nothing but if you use the wrong kind of, if you look at a picture of a muscular dude, you should really be thinking if he's posing for the photo. Because that's like all muscles tensed, which is kind of how you get that weird Marvel effect where like, using reference is great, but... Anyways. Yeah, the muscles.
Yeah.
So, but Bugs has been thinking a lot about torsos in general recently, too.
Yep.
Which, you know... turns out a lot of the person is stored up on the old torso.
It's fucked up is the thing. I don't know.
Which
I don't know about that.
It's doubly fucked up considering that all of the, like, basic baby figure training you get, especially if you, like, picked up really, like, basic instructional books and stuff, is like, just draw a big old box.
Yeah.
Just draw a box and a circle and another little box, and
Just
then
a
here's
fucking
all the
box.
limbs.
Good luck. Anyway.
Not that that's a bad way to draw, but if you're then later trying to figure out the shapes in more granular ways, it might be a little bit tricky.
I'm trying to I'm trying to teach myself to make more natural poses.
Yeah, because then you can fuck them up
Yes.
for fun and profit. Big muscular dudes look like other similarly large dude and relaxed. Yeah, kind of. I won't get into it too much, but I will say that, like, yeah, if you've got, like, a muscular stomach, when it's relaxed, it looks like a soft stomach.
Yeah.
There's no perma-abs in this world, which... There's a really great, I think it's a Vine of a dude who does, like, bodybuilding stuff, and he's, like, demonstrating, like, look, this is what it looks like with a flexed pec. This is what it looks like with a soft pec, while, like, demonstrating, and it's the world's most buck-wild Tumblr notes! Sorry, sir! You may not have been expecting this!
Oh, Strawberry Lemonade Gay, that's so cool.
Yo! Yeah, I always wish I could do powerlifting stuff, but I would need, like, a weight set, like, in my room, basically, and that's not happening. At least I got the ring fits, though.
Hell yeah, brother.
Even if occasionally... I wish I could talk to Ring and explain to him metaphor or innuendo. Ring, you got... buddy, I love the encouragement. I really appreciate it. I need you to stop talking about my sweat. Why? What would be wrong with that, buddy? Well, it's... So, Colette and Gina. That was our
Uh-huh.
second break, kind of. So here's what their fucking game should have been. It should have been them going into Zen at the start of the game to get the sample crystal used in the test.
Yeah.
Like, that would be really cool. Because then we could have the complete reversal of how Gordon's game worked and have them start in Zen and, like, come back to the base at the end, you know?
Mhm, mhm.
That would be really interesting. And it could open up the idea of, like, there's... Because part of the reveal of Half-Life is discovering midway through, like, a big part of the facility already knows this alien dimension exists, and there's, like, examples of the creatures being kept, like, for being studied,
Yep.
and it's this very interesting, like, oh, all of, like, someone knew all of everything that's happening was, like, that there was intelligent life on the other side of these rifts we've been trying to open, and
Mhm.
apparently have been opening successfully.
Mhm. Mhm.
Oh, also Strawberry Lemonade Gay then says, she's so cool, she did roller derby and now she's gone into rugby, I feel like she could kill a man easy.
Oh,
Fuck yes.
that's
God, roller derby's
fantastic.
cool.
Yeah, for real.
Man, I bet roller derby footage is good for some, like, interesting
Oh.
muscle flex positioning,
Oh, you're right.
Like,
Yeah, lots of
right?
shoulder
Because they got,
movement
like,
there.
they got the yeah, and the outfits show the arms, too, and, like,
Mhm,
there's good,
mhm.
like, crouching. Oh, man, the okay, to nerd out real quick, I get fixated on, like, motion,
Mhm.
and the motions and the use of, like, momentum in roller derby are so fascinating.
Oh yeah.
It's just beautiful. Like, you'll see a lot of these gals, like just shift and, like, bend down and, like, adjust where they're standing and just rock it into someone. It's great.
Ooh.
I love that stuff. It's fun. We should check out some footage for, like, weird motion studies sometime.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I've always kind of wanted to go to a roller derby game in person. One day.
My pops is friends with someone on a roller derby team. She has a really good pun name, but I can't remember it right now.
I do truly love roller derby's pun names. They're
Yeah,
great.
They're very
It's like,
good.
and here comes Brickthanine! It's like, oh shit!
I think it's like Anita Slaughter or something.
Fuck! Oh, it's really good. Okay, hold on. One of these two girls definitely...
Colette.
Which one of them does roller derby? Right?
Yeah.
That's
Colette.
what I think.
I think Gina would be a power lifter. Colette definitely,
Yeah.
with her "excuse me" type thing, would just
Yes!
fucking shove people and trip them. She's been
Right,
banned from
considering
active games.
Well, from what I know, and I don't know much about roller derby, but it is literally like a position on the team to be like distraction.
Mhm.
And you can't hear shit talk when you're moving that fast, but the cadence might come across. She's definitely done some illegal actions, though. Like, honey, you can't kick with the skate. Why not?
Did I ever tell you about the reason I never went into water polo at my school?
Oh, I think so, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
Slight Bugs lore for a chat. I used to be a swim racer. My specialty was the backstroke. Our team
Yes.
sucked. We came in last every time. It ruled. I got MVP.
Woo! Yeah,
Because I
Bugs
showed
is
up to
really
class
good
every
at-
day.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I found out from my teammates, and also from like gossip around school to make sure it wasn't just like my teammates. And my teammates were fucking awesome. They were great.
Yeah.
Somehow I stumbled into where all the lesbians in school were, and I realized this one day when I was in the locker room changing and watched one girl slam and pin another girl up against the locker and make out with her, and went, "Oh, okay."
Holy shit!
Yeah, I went, "Oh, okay. I found my people.
Wow.
Awesome, I guess."
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That was me with theater, by the way. I found out where all the gay boys hang out.
So I was like, oh yeah, water polo's coming up. I don't know if I like water polo. It seems pretty hard. And the girls were like, okay, so here's the thing about girls water polo. The other girls will bring things in their bras to throw at you. Like rolls of
Fuck.
pennies. And they will
Holy
slowly throw
shit.
rolls of pennies at you throughout the match, and you just have to ignore the rolls of pennies coming at you.
Fuck.
Yeah. And I was like, you know what? I think maybe I'm not gonna do water polo, when
See,
we get around to it.
I feel I feel like part of why we get along is because we both went to like some slightly wild, like grade school, high school ass locations of like. Mine's the rural version of that, where it's like, oh yeah, that one dude who I went to school who like the gym teacher kept begging to get into football, but he was entirely too busy like running his shitty dad's farm and looking after his little sister. Like, oh boy, that kid was 6.5 feet tall. That was why it took me a really long time to realize I was tall.
Oh,
I grew up in the land of the giants. Literally, the average dude height in the area I grew up was like 6'1" and up, and even like most of the girls were like a lot of 5'10s and ups out there. I don't know. It was kind of a dairy country. That's not normal. I've been learning. That's not normal, is it? No.
Well, listen. It's all the
For
milk.
teenagers?
It's all the milk.
Literally, I think it kind of was. With these two, yeah, she'd definitely be on the roller derby team, get kicked out, and Gina, God, they're like two of the only motherfuckers actually using Black Mesa's like gym equipment. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, Barney comes in, they're like, I heard that you're allowed to use the gym equipment, even if you're one of the security guards. I hope I ain't bothering you ladies or nothing.
You're like, oh my
yeah,
god,
you're fine,
good, you're fine, honey. Okay, I guess I can't work out in here topless anymore. That's fine, I guess. Whatever. Good to have you on the team, sport.
Colette in the back and his motherfucker. Resentfully putting shirt back on. Feed me the height milk. Listen. It might be too late. I'm sorry. I got weird genetics that way. Well, actually, that's the. Bugs genetically should be taller, but.
What? No.
Isn't your dad tall? No, it's your pops who's super tall. That's
tall.
right.
I'm taller than my dad.
That's great. Good.
Yeah.
Always be taller than your dad's. It's funny. Wait, actually, I think I'm in a similar situation. My stepdad M, he's like 6'7" or 8. And I think I'm the same height as my actual dad now.
Shit.
Oh, actually. Yeah. Go fig. Depending on if you count the pomp or not, of course. Which, oh my god. My migraine is so bad I had to keep my hair down the whole time. It sucked.
Oh no.
I have so much hair. It's a lot of hair. It almost goes down to my belly button now. Got a long torso. Anyways, lesbians. Okay. Take the girls and have them go into Zen first. And I think that, like, in any way getting into, like, okay, we've discovered an alien dimension and are exploring it kind of on the down low is fascinating. Like, especially since, you know, the transition from Half-Life 1 to Half-Life 2 is that Dr. Breen was the supervisor of the project that had all this go off, and conveniently is also the human who, like, made contact with the alien, like, a force that wound up kind of conquering the planet. So, there's a lot of room there for, like, okay, Dr. Breen setting this up to happen in some way.
Yeah.
For the longest time, I thought your hair just stayed up like that naturally. Literally, technically, the only thing holding my hair up in the pompadour shape is just one single clip. It is one single alligator clip, and the rest of it is just rolled up, so it kind of does. And sometimes it actually does. My hair's weird. Anyways. Mixed race hair. It does interesting things. Setting up Dr. Breen as an actual villain would be really fun, and using these two to do that would be really, really fun.
Yes.
Because they're like the scientists who appear to be in the right position to have known about it. And also, I think we should bring back... Oh shoot. How can I forget his name? He's like my main man. White Forest, Husbands with the Vortigaunt, has a really dope fan cam that Sarah Murphy made. Magnuson! Yes! Bring in Magnuson for this game and have him be the doctor who's connected to them, who we know from Half-Life 2. Because, like, in the other ones, we've got, like, some with Gordon of like, oh, here's like Kleiner and here's Eli and all of that. Have that be over here. Because Magnuson would be a great I just want to see them interact.
Yeah.
I just want to see my bitchy mans interact with these two. And also, it'd be really fun to have, like, okay, if they're involved with everything on the other side, they have gotten into contact with the Vortigaunts in some way, but the Vortigaunts, as far as they know, are, like, can't be talked to, attack them on sight, because to be a little bit generous, I don't think that, well, okay, hold on, the Vortigaunts are running around with literal shackles on, but that's because of video games. There's no way to know that they're being psychically commanded as a hive mind, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be fun to have, like, oh, and then they make it back, and then everything goes bad, and they run into Magnuson, like, maybe gameplay after Gordon defeats the... Oh man, I'm forgetting a lot of specific terms today. Big
Neelanth.
evil alien. Thank you, Nihilanth. And what if then they run into Magnuson and he's like, I've got a Vortigaunt with me, put your fucking guns down. He's not trying to hurt us. We've been, like, trying to talk.
I
That would
like
be
that.
fun.
That would be fun.
Right? How the hell did Breen even, quote, negotiate with the Combine? In canon, the story that he gave that is bullshit is like, and I heroically got on a radio to initiate diplomatic talks with these aliens, and, like, it's literally shown in Alex by old newspapers that for a while he tried to just be like, I'm big famous man and everything's so normal, don't worry about it, and I think he gave up on it because, like, it's shown in the newspaper that everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
What do you mean? We've never heard of you before. So presumably he just said gave up on that. But
Mm-hmm.
I always like the idea that the Combine probably contacted him first, or he just found a signal and is a craven little worm of a man who's obsessed with cleanliness and the idea of immortal life, basically. And his weird hang-ups kind of became everyone's problem, which is actually a pretty fun villain type.
Yeah. Agreed.
Kind of ahead of its time, weird Steve Jobs villain
Yeah.
kind of feeling
Yeah.
in a weird way. Who's to say? I still love that the Vortigaunts won't attack unless there's the floaty guys around. Yeah, or they get
Mhm.
attacked first.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad. It makes you feel really bad playing the game if you already know the twist.
Yeah.
I'm sorry! I know in Half-Life 2 you're all like, no, it's cool, we were fine actually, but, like, come on!
Mm-hmm.
So, like, let's see. Oh, okay. So, I think in my notes, I'm kind of rediscovering some of the ideas I've wrote out, because it's been a grip. But it says, game
Oh,
would
hey,
start
Crash
out with
Dash.
running the train... Yo, hey, Crash Dash. The game starts with them running the train... Oh, God. Them running the instruction course to maybe, like, record a new training hologram is the idea I wrote down. I like
Oh,
that,
I like
actually.
that. Yeah.
That'd be a really cute way to both have the, like, okay, let's make sure you know how to move in this game, and reference that in the first game, but give an in-character reason that these characters don't need this instruction, which
Mhm.
I always kind of like
Yeah.
for video games, when it's like, I already know how to do this. You, the player, might not, so here's a reason for us to go over these controls anyways.
Yeah. Agreed.
And it'd be a really fun way to have, like, banter between the characters of, like, hey, come on, you're not using your customer service voice!
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be cute.
Just have them kind of, like, banter back and forth, maybe, like, oh, while we're making up a video game that nobody has to actually develop, I'm always a fan of, like, slightly shifting dialogue depending on what you're doing in a game, which I know is a pain
Yes.
in the ass. But it wouldn't be that hard to trigger, like, you are taking X amount of time to get the crouch jump working, or you doubled back. Just some commentary of, like, come on, I want to go to lunch. Like, do you want to do this? You can. Hey, I mind you can record this one if you want to, like that kind of. And it'd be a cute way to, like, Yeah. And if it's still a two-player game, you could even put in, like, here is buzzing someone else through a door, or setting up this part of the puzzle for like, oh, the power went out on this for the recording. Could you go fix it for me type stuff. Which I think co-op games can be fun. I know that they're a pain in the ass a lot of times, but I think it's fun. There's a weird sideline Resident Evil set of games that kind of flirted with the either play it as two-player or you have a helpful NPC the whole time, where the secondary characters had like weird separate powers that I always kind of liked as an idea. Play as the little girl with powers who can reveal invisible monsters type stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, Moira, I think, was one of those, maybe? My Resident Evil knowledge is spotty. Anyways. Sorry, and I'm just thinking about Ethan Winters. I miss him. Let's see. Oh, okay. It says here, maybe the reasons for going into Zen would be bullshitted by Breen as getting the data back from Hevsuits that underwent something unusual, but once through Jean and Colette are pushed to gathering the sample. Oh, I do have a good note here. Have you able to control a big robot suit as Cosette? But being able to do different stuff with Hevsuits as Gina would be cool. Yeah, someone in chat, I think, Tenebrous Forge mentioned the idea of like improving new weapons for the Hevsuit specifically.
Oh, that would be fun.
I like that.
Yeah, because
Yeah, like, okay.
one of the things that is brought up within Decay is like, hey, you guys are testing out the Mark V, which ends up being the HEV suit used in Half-Life 2, and there's no like real visible difference outside of like a different color on the overlay. So that would be a really fun way to integrate that. It's like, okay, you're testing the new tech, so you know.
Yeah. And especially like, okay, I know games these days love to have upgrade trees in them, and Half-Life games usually don't so much, but if you did have something like that, having it literally be like, okay, I'm gonna fucking hotwire my goddamn suit because we're in a weird situation and I need it to be able to do something unusual, like, I don't know, it electrocutes an enemy if it attacks you physically, like, once or twice before it starts eating your armor, kind of thing.
That would be fun, I like that.
Ugh. Also, Hevsuits that don't have the armor of a box of tissue paper would be nice while we're talking. Hevsuits, the most powerful protective armor on Earth. Oh, you fell 2 feet, your ankles are broken. Damage detected. Damage detected. Help, 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 help.
Help.
The world's most protective suit, so long as you are able to walk up steady inclines and ramps. Okay, I think I'm gonna say my old idea. Breen tricking them would be interesting, but I think it'd be more fun if they were like, yeah, sure, we'll go collect your stupid sample. Actually, we're out here trying to figure out what the fuck Breen thinks he's doing.
Yeah, I like that.
And that'd be more fun. It'd be a little bit more agency, and plus, like, I just think I am obsessed with the idea of actually exploring, like, hey, the guy in charge of our program is doing weird shit, and it seems to be increasingly on purpose, because literally Half-Life 1 opens with all of the scientists talking about, like, oh, wow, this sample we got is rich. Are we sure we should be using this intensity of laser on it? This could cause a problem, and then the problem happens. And the problem does happen. Have a blowtorch on one of the arms for welding? Fuck. And lighting cigarettes to look cool, you know.
Oh yeah. To flirt with Adrian Shepard.
Maybe. A little. He's cute.
There was, for those of you who don't know, there was an engineer that you could command in Opposing Force who would do that, and it was very cute.
That's right! I forgot! Yeah, if you're ever confused, by the way, of like, wow, that's weird, the fan art shows Adrian Shepard as this big, buff, rugged guy, they're wrong. I'm sorry, they're wrong. I'll say it. Adrian Shepard is not tall. He comes up to every single other squad member in his team that you can get. He comes up to like their collarbone.
He's a little man.
Like, he's 3 apples tall. He's a wee man. I don't care. I refuse. This is a little man. Little man. Oh, yeah. And then the fact that, like, Black Mesa is, like, constantly falling apart. Yeah. I just like the idea of, like, Breen deliberately sabotaging stuff on every level to try and set up the alien invasion for himself to be the hero of. It's really compelling, but the games never really go into it. Well, actually, Half-Life Alyx kind of does a little bit, in like the newspapers you can find that are like left over from before shit went bad, and miraculously survived like 19 years outside of the elements. But that's fine because there's no more weather anymore, so maybe that did that. I ain't complaining. I like background materials like newspapers. Fuck me up. Is this RuneScape music?
Yeah, it is.
Fuck yeah. Someone mentioned in chat, and I was like, ooh. I was joking the other day, XP stuff in Minecraft makes me go like, I understand RuneScape now. I wish to continue doing things because it's making a number go up.
Exactly.
What if I got more woodcutting XP then? Ooh ah. In Half-Life Alyx, there are newspapers you can find that literally talk about the area after Breen makes his deal with the Combine, but before everyone starts getting moved into weirdo apocalypse cities. And it's really fun, because instead of it just being like, yada yada yada, world taken over by aliens, rubes of humanity, it's like, what's up with this dude?
Yeah, who is this fucking guy?
Actually, we don't trust this motherfucker who just miraculously made contact with the aliens at all, which I like because I really like the idea that no one has at any point bought Breen's bullshit, even a little, because it's a bad plan and it's not subtle. And it would be fun to have like, okay, well, what if some scientists did notice, and it's because they're in a position to realize that the equipment is weird. And I do really like the idea of like actually getting to invest. I want to see like, okay, I infamously both don't particularly care for the Black Mesa like fan game HD redo of Half-Life 1. It's very cool. A lot of really cool work went into it. I think it's a really impressive project. I'm not impressed by what it adds to Zen, and I think that the look of the original game is very charming, honestly. I like the crunchy things. And the thing is that okay, here's new alien machinery, and it's like, but it doesn't tell any more story than what was already there. And I really want, like, another look at the weird in Zen, there's these weird alien building structures that are like, okay, the Vortigons are in here, so they're doing something with this, and it must be at the direction of the Nyland, so what was it? And it would be so fun to have like a redo of that and be like, is this like to try and fight back against the Combine? Is it to try and escape somewhere else? Like stored food? Like, where are the Vortigons in Zen hiding out when they're not in, like, war mode? I want to see that stuff in Zen from someone just going and looking for it, instead of just kind of more Zen in general, in no particular directed way. Again, I don't mean to talk shit because it's like a fan project. I always think that's admirable, but Oh, yeah. Also, I'm always obsessed with the idea of, like, I want to see when the Combine started showing up. Because that literally happens, like, right after the end of Half-Life 1 from on. Yeah. Steve O'Citra says, Zen is a border world. I like that the aliens are struggling to live there and that it's barren. Yes! Because Zen is, like, it's not an alien planet. It's like a thin crust of enough land to walk on, and some stuff's managed to keep surviving here.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's interesting. I like it being desolate and weird, and like literally having Colette and Gina walk around and be like, yeah, this doesn't make sense. We were like getting reports back that it was like an alien home of some kind. This is nobody's home.
Yeah,
This
and
is like a weird scrubby alley. Yeah.
you mentioned earlier the like factories and machinery that we find on the planet.
Yeah.
We actually do see a purpose for it, and it's not so much for like
Oh.
Vortigaunt supplies. What we actually see is it's implied to be that the Nihilith, which is like that gets turned into the Combine, is making the Vortigaunts make those alien soldiers that shoot those bees at you, because as you go through the factory and as you destroy
Okay.
the barrels, if you destroy a barrel, one of those will pop out at you.
That never quite parsed to me, and I'm glad you bring it up because that's also fascinating. Like, imagine like Gina and Cosette going through and being like, "Oh, this type of alien isn't like natural. This is like some kind of printed off soldier, and these other aliens were just in here like making them."
Which is
Especially because
fascinating.
that kind.
Because
Go
they look a lot like Vortigaunts if you look at them.
Yes.
They have.
So it's almost like, are they making like genetically modified? Like, go ahead.
Oh well. Yeah. So they have the third arm and everything in the center of their chest. It's interesting. If you know Half-Life Bunny, Bubby's tube is where in the base game of Half-Life they're keeping one of these guys, which means that they've been around
Yes.
long enough for Black Mesa to be studying them.
And Black Mesa was able to like capture one, which kind of weird in its own way, but also like, boy, there's sure a lot of Hevsuit corpses over there.
Yeah,
Mm.
exactly.
Sorry, Bob. No, they have never elaborated on the completely separate alien race from opposing forces. I like to mentally not worry about those, or I feel like if that game was ever remade, that would be like Combine forces instead or something, or like
Yeah.
a type of Combine soldier that you don't see in Half-Life 2 because they ran out.
As
You know.
cool as the whole thing with Race X where they had like their own dialogue system was, I don't feel like there's ever going to be anything going on with them.
And it would make sense to make them into the Combine, because then, like, oh, there's like a terraforming worm trying to like destroy our atmosphere. That's pretty Combine in my opinion, and it would make Adrian destroying that actually pretty valuable, because then it's like, okay, the Combine had to settle for just colonizing our planet the hard way instead of immediately killing us all via our atmosphere.
Yes.
Which, once again, the G-Man's writing is very weird in those games. Good guy, bad guy, good guy, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, blew up the nuke. Good guy. Question mark? Poor Adrian Shepard.
Yep.
The video game version of a child of a divorce lost in the shuffle. I like the idea of being one of the steps between... Oh, those aliens being one of the steps between a headcrab zombie question mark Gonarch. That would be interesting also. But anyways, yeah. Oh, Gina and Cosette, like, finding that machinery and being like, these are artificially created aliens that the others were working for, especially because, like, what if the Nihilanth hadn't actually been ready yet? Because maybe the Nihilanth was, like, printing up soldiers, getting ready for its opportunity to try and break through to Earth with that force, be able to set up to defend itself against the Combine, and then the resonance cascade happens and there's no time. It doesn't even seem very suggestive that the Nihilanth is directing, like, the aliens that are sent through to Black Mesa or anything. Vortigaunts are just kind of being dropped.
Yeah.
So I love the idea of, like, okay, something on this side has motives. And somehow, even though this is pretty clear to tell, that information isn't making it back to Black Mesa. Why would someone not report back that there's, like, armed forces being created over here? It could be really good. And it'd be fun.
It would
And
be fun.
maybe you could have, oh hey, we're going in because that one cool only other lady who works at Black Mesa, Azian, was on a mission over here. Maybe we could have just literally any information about Alex's mom like it all. Besides one photo.
Mm.
Please. Please. I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be fun as all. Let's see. Green is the villain. Nihiland, figuring out what Combine's up to. Oh! Yeah, I think even in here, would it be fun for them to run into the G-Man? Just because, like, here's the thing. They're characters who act. These are the Half-Life characters from the first generation of games that get to have, like, some amount of dialogue that has a lot of character to it.
Yeah,
But
I like that.
I love you, Barney, but you don't get up to a lot of talking. Barney's really like, gee, shucks, alright, I guess I'm helping. I think it could be fun to see the G-Man talk to characters for, at all. Like, Alex getting to talk to him was really fascinating for that.
Man, was it
But
ever.
also, like, oh man, yeah. We definitely have watched that clip a normal amount of times. We watched that a normal amount of times. We're normal. Listen. Is G-Man kind of kitty to us? Yes.
Meow meow.
Don't worry about it. Kind of a meow. Yeah. Anyways, I think it'd be fun for him to talk to people who, like, aren't cowed and have dialogue and are, like, these specific characters talking to G-Man would be funny because I just don't think they'd put up with his shit the same way.
Yeah.
Like, I'd be interested to see, like, how they would interrogate, like, someone that weird and mysterious who's so obviously, like, not really human.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty clear, like a straight up, like, hey, we've seen you around before. You're not a normal spook, are ya? Like, because part of the setup of Half-Life 1 is that it is implied that the G-Man has been seen around in general. You see him at the beginning of the game. Like, theoretically, if you played this game blind, God, what an experience that would be.
Oh man.
But we never had a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Born, got into PC gaming too late kind of situation. For G-Man to have a two-sided conversation with someone? Yeah. Again, Alex gets that, but she's also, like, overwhelmed and scared as hell and, like, 20 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
she does her best. She does her best. But, it'd be fun. And, like, I love the idea of these two being like, yeah, we've seen him around before, huh? Did we just see, like, a human being in Zen without any protective clothing on? Because don't try to take off your helmet. But what if it works? Do not try to take off your helmet. But what if I could?
It's just like Sam and Max. People are too afraid to take off their helmets in space. The astronauts are cowards.
I'm the person who made the head suit. I am going to weld your head suit on if you keep trying to take off your goddamn helmet. I know it reads out as having oxygen here. Do not breathe the space air. I can't believe I have to say this. I just want Barney to get mad at him. Yeah, that'd be fun.
That would be fun.
Barney deserves it. Barney's been jerked around the most by that man, and I know I'm saying that in a series with Gordon in it, but I'm right.
Forest.
Oh. Let's see. I think I even mentioned here, like, because in the original canon, how they survive, or if they survive at all, is up in the air / dealt with in the stupidest way possible. Them surviving maybe being G-Man related could be fun,
Yeah,
especially if they then just are around in Half-Life 2, like, because them being mentors for Alex Alex needs, like, a pair of aunts in the workforce with her. That's all I'm saying. Like, I think they deserve. There should be someone around who kind of knows what the deal with G-Man is, but in a less combative way than Eli. One thing I'd like to see in the future, if they ever bring back Adrian Shepard, he should have a biomech suit because he's a lot more willing and able to use alien weapons and equipment, and I like taking that to its logical conclusion. We always kind of go with the idea of him being a scavenger weirdo who still has his alien pets with him, for sure, at the very least. He's out there somewhere, scuttling around, befriending head grabs. They get put in the Adrian zone. No. Not permanently put in the Adrian zone, aka the Shepherd Freezer. Just unclear how they survived. Something to do with the G-Man, but then they're around still because I want them to be in Half-Life 2, being like, how cool would it be if there was someone like ready to make new Hev suits or something like the Hev suit, but actually made for combat? Because Gordon's Hev suit got punched through a little bit a few times. Because maybe scientific safety equipment isn't actually the same thing as a marine armor suit, it turns out. Oopsie.
Oopsie doopsie. Whoopsie poopsie.
Some interesting abdomen scars on our boy. Hey, hey Cosmiel.
Particularly now with Gordon.
Yeah, for those unaware, without getting into it too much, Alex has an updated version of Gordon's model that is a real battle damage He-Man situation on the old Gutworks.
Yeah.
These women will make the Doomslayer of Hev suits. Yes.
Yeah.
Also, making battle robots or even like cleanup equipment would be really fun. I want them like bickering with Magnuson while they make big weird robots.
Yeah, that would be
That'd
fun.
be good. That's what we deserve here, I think. Adrian probably hangs out in the dangerous zones and clears paths. Legitimately, that's one of the ideas that we always used to kick around for him, is, and in, like, RPs and stuff like that, because, as we've discussed before, and have gotten into once or twice in a sketch thing, we think that Adrian Shepard should meet the cooking Vortigaunt who we nicknamed Art from Half-Life Alyx, and they should date. Based on, they're both cute, and I think that they would get along, and I think that Art the Vortigaunt deserves a cute human boyfriend.
Yeah,
So-
come on.
Come on! Come on! Valve, make the most hilarious swing possible. For gay representation. Take a shot. You'll survive. It'd be fun. Come on, please.
Also, Steepo Citrus mentions dissecting Combine robot synths.
Yes.
So here's another thing as to why we think Barney Calhoun would hang out with Gina and Colette.
Yes.
In this theoretical thing where they, all went off to their own, they
Yeah,
all ended
survived.
up in Half-Life 2. So in Half-Life Alyx, we find a empty room, sort of implied to be Barney's.
Yes, a hidden room in an area that is mostly under the control of the Combine that you have to go through a very small gap in constructed walls to get to, made out of entirely scavenged materials that implies that someone has been living there on the down low for quite some time with a book that is specifically a book from Barney's fucking locker.
No,
if I
no.
remember correctly. No? Which one? Okay, it's a book on alien theory, and Barney always has books on alien. No? Are you kidding me?
So, what it is
Wow, I
it's a
misremembered.
conspiracy book about Black Mesa and what happened that day at Black Mesa.
Close. That's what I meant.
So, what I
It's
was
an alien
saying,
conspiracy book.
what I was saying was, though, in that room we find, dissected Combine parts, because, Barney, as we find out in Half-Life 2, is hiding among the Combine. Which we see specifically in Alyx. If you want to hide among the Combine have had surgery done to their bodies to be able to see through their special masks. So, yeah, Black Mesa White Lies. To reconstruct the mask without having to do your surgery to be able to sneak into the Combine would take a lot of work, which Barney has had to teach himself, probably with the help of Kleiner.
Yes, because there's literally a Combine mask in that room that's been taken apart into spare bits.
And
That's really cool.
Gina and Colette, if they work in engineering, if they work in robotics and all that stuff, could help rebuilding that.
And we always really like the idea of Barney being kind of self-taught at being able to do that kind of thing. It's fun. It's interesting.
But them hanging out would be fun.
Yeah, he deserves a pair of tough, cool older lady mentors and it'd be a fun way to add some stuff. Uh, and it is almost 11 o'clock. Is it okay if we take our break a quick second early? I gotta stretch real bad.
Sure thing.
All right, 5 minutes. Good time to get up, take a stretch, open a window if you can, and we'll be right back. back. Just heading up the coast.
Oh, it's fucking hot.
It's kind of fucking hot, yeah.
Oh, you got the muffle glitch, 1 sec. Hi.
What do you mean it's 80 degrees out and it's gonna drizzle in the next hour?
Huh? Huh? Huh?
I don't know what the
Hey,
weather's
little
doing
man.
over here, man.
My...
Scary.
Hi. What?
What? Oh, I was saying scary that it's gonna drizzle here, but remain 80 degrees out at night.
Oh,
Rain, but not the good.
Cat, what are you doing?
What are you doing, mister? Oh, Harley has been demanding, by demanding, I mean standing very pointedly in a specific spot on a specific carpet, that I pick her up to take her to her Chippies Bowl more often now,
Oh.
and honking a little about it, I think, again, because of presence of kittens in-house,
Oh.
ousted, cruel.
Cruel. Cruel. Wicked.
But her and Ponce usually keep a lot of distance, but now they've started, like, patrolling the house together, and we're pretty sure that they're worried that, like, another kitten is gonna pop out of something.
Fuck. That's great.
Is there another? We gotta be wary!
Hi, Jinx. Oh, hi,
Hey,
Jinx. Hi, Jinx.
Hi, Jinx.
Hi, Jinx.
The kittens, with room to run around and jump on each other, are doing all of the most hilarious kitteny activities. Jumping up stiffly, falling over, attempting to
up.
tackle one another, all the classics.
I love when kittens do that stiff jump. It's so good.
It's really good because you can just tell that they're like not sure how to connect the motion to what they want to do yet. They're just kind of like, okay, I jump, wah! It's extremely good. Nunu and Bebo are doing quite good.
Romeo.
Even. Mhm.
Oh, you go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say that I don't think even my parents can actually tell them apart.
Oh.
History. Because I was like, this one's Nunu, right? And my parent was like, yeah, I think so.
One of them has a really long tail.
Yeah, that's really the only tell. And one, they act different. One of them is more interested in playing, and the other one is like, I sniff you. I sniff. Sniff, 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 sniff. Hello.
That's so cute.
Hello. It's extremely good. I think that one's new.
I see. I
What,
see.
What's little man up to?
Oh, he's taken to laying on keyboards. So he is right now on break. He went, wow! So we'd turn around and look at him so he could lay down on my mom's keyboard. So
Does he show any interest in that toy keyboard I got?
no, but
I
I
assume
do.
no. Of course not.
It's fun.
Well-
It's a good push toy. So hey, I'm happy.
It's a big goof. I figured one way or the other, either he would enjoy it or you could mess around with it sometimes.
Bless you.
So,
God bless you.
Listen, big old funny STEM toy. Who's to resist? Yeah, every now and then I get messages in the Discord from Romeo, which you have to understand that if your cat stands on your keyboard and enters in a text somewhere, Discord, Twitch chat, Twitter, you're legally obligated to let it send through and
Yes.
go, my cat says hi. You
Yeah.
have to.
If
You
your cat
have to.
puts anything on a keyboard, you have to hit enter. That's the rule.
Mhm. That's the law. You have to do. Your cat has things to say, and it's cool. It's just if it does that in a Discord that has text to speech like bots, you can have a little fun time getting kicked out of the group chat.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Send
it's
through
so
a message
cool.
of your cat.
Hang on, let's see. Can
Oh no!
How did you do that?
Let's see. It's like /TS.
Oh,
No, it's
TTS.
/TTS. Yeah.
Typical message from Romeo is, let me turn down Discord for a moment.
Yay!
Theoretical Bobo researcher said www.QQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQQq Awesome. Awesome. Bros attack.
How is
TTS
that the
bros
order
attack.
that those posted in?
Oh, you're dancing
did
to
kinda
it.
get-
Great.
It did. Well, if we ever need to get up for 5 minutes, we'll just load up a really long one of those and get up and step away from the computer, and whatever happens, happens.
One day, bugs will lose their voice, and then that's how we're gonna handle commentary, and it'll be great. It'll be really cool.
It'll be the speech and spell stream.
Thank
Theoretical
God we've
Bobo
never had to do
researcher,
that
yes.
before.
No. I'm glad you all enjoy these things. Let's see. Do you have anything else in here, really? I think we're pretty much into free chat at this point. Let's see. Working as rebels, helping to take out the Combine. Colette is Alex's mentor in robotics. Gina continuing to work closely with Barty Calhoun. Oh, yeah, I mentioned here on this. Imagine with me an AU or a sequel where Barney's like, yeah, here's my hev suit that I've been fucking working on that's made out of, like, scavenged Combine parts that, like, I got to make with Gina over time. Because I think he deserves it. I think our boy deserves to no longer have to wear the fascist armor. I think he should get to change clothing, and I think a big, like, spray-painted, redone, like, welded together, chunky junkyard hev suit would fucking rule. Yeah, obviously it has to be spray-painted blue. Come on, what are we doing here? Like, gotta have that blue shift.
You gotta.
Also, specifically it has to be spray painted because I think that would make the funniest aesthetic for it. It's like, well, yeah, we don't have like industrial paint. It's I'll be honest, Gordon, this is mostly car paint. We found a bunch of it once, and well, Alex said that just leaving it unfinished wouldn't look right, so I kind of let him get to it. He deserves it. I just think Barney should get to have cool things, and it's just, I know that sometimes things in games happen the way they do because it's a video game, but there is nothing funnier than the fact that the opening of Half-Life 2 is like, of course, Gordon, we've been holding on to this one single super strong power armor just for you this whole time. No, we never tried to duplicate it or anything. This is the exact same suit or a new one. If it's the exact same suit but repaired, that means they hauled the hev suit all the way out there and saved it special in a special closet. If it's a new hev suit that they made, they just made the one for the special boy. I know that like they start you off without it for like a plot reason, but I'm always like, it would make more sense if he just loaded in with it and then they fixed it for him, like loaded in with it like busted or something. But if they're gonna have the special suit for Special Boy, I think they should at least add like, yeah, we've been making other ones, just using them would have been like a dead giveaway and gotten us all killed. Like everything kind of popped off real fast. Barney has Gordon's measurements memorized for very heterosexual reasons. Yeah, normal.
Yeah, exactly. This is a wine jar.
You know,
Okay.
that seems right. That does seem right, yeah.
Hey, it's 1
would.
o'clock somewhere, Alex. How you doing? You
Well,
bring your
it's a
auntie some of the
jar
good
of-
Pinot Noir? Vodka?
God. Eli just like, girl, you've had that same nasty wine jar for 10 years. How have you not washed the label off of it? You are driving me insane.
Oh, coward over
And
here
what's the
washes his
label?
cups.
You are inventing new strains of bacteria in the apocalypse. That honestly, half of why I want these two around is one of my favorite things in Half-Life is whenever you just get to have like the apocalypse scientist banter.
Yes, love that shit.
Part of why I love Magnuson so much is I love this one dude, like, you know that the apocalypse timetable doesn't run on your very sweet family reunions clock, right? Like, we gotta launch this rocket right fucking now! Cause, like, yeah, actually! A lot of people are like, oh, I hate Magnuson, he's mean, and it's like, well, yeah, but... Got kind of a point. Also, I like mean bitches, so... Oh god. These two out here relearning how to make, like, antlion mead.
Yes.
Alright, listen, you just have to know which honey from the antlion you just have to make sure to get the correct kind of antlion honey that will ferment, but does not induce, let's call, psychotropic effects. Yeah, because you're no fucking fun!
Alex,
Dear, I love you very much. You're not more useful on the job stoned. Alex just... Alex learning from the... Alex needs more bad influences in her life, and I know that's like a hell of a statement, but I'm right.
Agreed.
She needs to have had, like, more chances to get in trouble as a teenager, basically, like... Oof, there we go. Sorry, I'm having to, like, reset my pomp because it decided to do some... It's kind of exploded in the back sometimes.
Oh, I'm sorry, pal.
Hot weather means that I kind of get down to, is it up on top of my head? Good enough.
Oh, Steve Citrus says one gland is honey, the other skin melting acid. Don't mix
Fuck.
them up. Or do you
Fuck.
mix them up as a prank, so strawberry lemonade?
Camera pans over to two nearly identical jars, but one of them has, like, tape on it with acid written on it. I want
Very
Barney
frantically
to be the
written
worst.
on it.
Yeah, quickly, big block letters. I want Barney to be the worst/best influence for her. Yeah, like, this is talking on Barney for a second, but, like, I'm always very fond of the idea of him as, like, an uncle figure for her, who, like, you gotta sneak the kid out, like, find her a soda that you scavenge somewhere, or, like, sneak her out to play somewhere for a hot second, while you can. Gotta give a kid some room to be a kid, which, again, this is why she needs cool aunts who helped teach her how to make a giant fuck-off robot, because Half-Life keeps... Half-Life's writing is very funny, because Half-Life 2 is much more serious than Half-Life 1, theoretically. But it still runs on, like, pulp sci-fi rules,
Yeah.
where any scientist can do any type of science.
It owns.
It does own, but I'm a little bit like, what do you mean Eli taught her how to build a giant robot? How many things is Eli doing out here? Do you think Gina and Colette would interact with Russell? Yes, it would be immediately WLW/MLM antagonism/friendship. You know it would be an immediate, like... I think him and Gina... Is it funnier if he gets along with Cosette and him and Gina don't get along? Is it funny if, like, the chaos gremlin element of Russell, like... Because I'm just saying, this is the man with exploded hand parts in his ceiling.
You know, that is true.
Right?
Yeah.
I feel like that would make a little... I could see that. I could see that for those two. Like, they're... God. They bonded immediately because they both had to work in science customer service.
Fuck.
He had to do, like... absolutely every time they ever brought in, oh, the tour group, let's show them GLaDOS. Don't show them GLaDOS, I say. Repeatedly, loudly. No, you can show them. You're good at handling GLaDOS. 2 men died that day. Like, shared experience of having to do tour guide shit at your shithole absolute danger. Like, I want to see her do the tour guide where she's like, and if you look over here on your left, you can see the giant unguarded pool of radioactive acid. Everybody, this is a good photo opportunity. Say OSHA! OSHA! Because, God, what tour of the facility could you get that doesn't look a little...
Bad. Yeah.
And here's the goo pushing room. This is where we push all of our goo. Which, by the way, if anyone in our audience has seen Half-Life Funnies but hasn't, like, seen what Half-Life looks like, there's no context for any of those rooms at all. Nothing is ever explained about the giant glowing green rivers of question mark material. The giant holes in the walls. Technically, we kind of know why one security guard was frantically hammering on a door in the middle of a hallway, and it's because this accursed death trap uses, like, card keys that can malfunction.
Yeah. Poor Barney.
Which, do you ever think about the fact that you still need card keys and access ID during an emergency situation with the automatic systems clearly going like, emergency, emergency, get the fuck out? If there's a switch in Black Mesa that turns off all the auto locks, no one hit it.
Hooray!
Hooray! There's about as much questions on Black Mesa facility as apertures. I have more questions about Black Mesa. Because at least with Aperture, you can just go like, yeah, okay, I kind of see what happened here. Mistakes happened here, and then a lot of this can be explained by a weird modular design ethos being run by a gigantic facility-wide AI. Aperture Science. Okay, this is my bias. I'm an Aperture Science. If it comes down to some kind of goofy like brand affiliation, like, you know, Pepsi versus Coke type, I'm Aperture Science all the way, baby. Every step. Aperture Science is better designed than Black Mesa is. And I know I'm saying that about the facility that has open windows into testing rooms. And also was built in a coal mine, and kind of just kept building new offices by moving up a level or two in the coal mine. I accept this. I mean, the guy in charge of Aperture Science had mercury poisoning-induced brain damage. Mercury-induced brain damage and moon dust-based brain damage. And probably a drinking problem, right? Like,
Yeah,
Dave
for sure.
Johnson, come on. You know my man was out here hitting the old chug-a-lug. Man, he's the man who buys like $500 whiskey and puts it in Coke, but it's like RC Cola. It's my favorite drink! I call it Nitro! I've been honestly thinking on and off about those two little robots in the Portal 2 co-op. Yes! Oh my god. Someday
Yes.
when I have my gaming laptop, the Portal 2 co-op run is gonna be fucking on like Donkey Kong. If so many video games didn't just break for Mac because of a weird update. Oh, I wanna be a robot. Oh, yeah, I should mention, I mentioned this way back there. I like to headcanon Russell as having worked at Aperture because the only thing we know is that he didn't work at Black Mesa, but he wanted to work at Black Mesa, but it's really hard to get hired at Black Mesa. And what does that tell me? Aperture Science, baby! The runner-up choice! The Safety College application of mad scientist laboratories in America with a lot of funding. Voted number 2 in government science facilities where you will die!
Hooray!
I think we should see Russell stand up and it's revealed he's wearing long fall boots, but like the heel models like Shell wears.
Fuck.
He doesn't do much with them. He just has them. Listen, they don't tell you this, Alex, but, you know, it absorbs the shock and everything, but, the human body still really doesn't like falling 4 stories. I'll be honest.
I do.
Kind of a shocker.
I don't break my legs. I do vomit everywhere.
I tell you what, doesn't do you much good on the old spine. I think the testing subjects had their spines removed. Or replaced. I didn't read the paperwork too closely. I think GLaDOS should send them Hebsuit materials as a fucked up experiment. Oh, you just made me realize what the ultimate lesbian experience video game Valve could make. Gina and Cosette do scavenger run into the ruins of Aperture.
That would
Good
be
God.
fun. That would be fun.
I don't even know how you could get to there or justify that, but like, I think that should happen, and I think we should have 3 science lesbians talk to each other
I think that would be
in
fun.
just
And
any
that's
possible
how Alex
combination.
And Shell can meet. Hey.
Yes. We're already doing alternate universe shit, so we don't need to hold the Portal 2 as being canonical. So they go in and they find Shell in long storage and are like, "Hey, we need all the humans we can get. Let's let's free daughter. Anyone taking this? Anyone? They're already like getting a hand cart for her like Cyro gel cell. God, them going through the storage tells me, is this a hotel? Why does this look like a... What was with Cave Johnson at any point? Fuck. Listen, I bet the Combine would make excellent test subjects. That would be such a funny trade-off.
That would be.
Okay, listen, this is a little I know the Geneva Convention, like, doesn't exist anymore, but listen, we got, like, a lot of, like, weird alien brain servant dudes we need to put somewhere. So, Tradesy? What
Tradesy, please.
Oh no, you mean to tell me you would take the most difficult test subject I've ever had the misfortune of working with off of my hands and replace it with a nearly infinite number of subservient, semi-alien cyborgs who I could put through infinite numbers of testing? Let me think about it.
Is this the right layer? It is. Okay, I'm gonna darken that a little.
Lesbian scientists be like, anybody want to adopt this angry-looking girl and not wait for an answer? Exactly! Exactly! And as mentioned, that way, Alex gets the girlfriend she deserves. Sorry, Olga. Maybe if you had a little more screen time. But Shell is right over here. Like, listen. Which, not to get too bitchy, but once or twice we've, like, run across people being like, ugh, why do people ship this? It's like just slamming two characters together so it's gay, and it's like, yes? What's your follow-up?
That's what shipping is, baby!
Must a ship have characters interact? What has happened out here? Y'all don't even know how to live anymore. Fuck it up, have Yamcha make out with Vegeta. Come on. Just do some shit. Oh, all of these canon ships have people too complacent. Sometimes you simply have to make shit up because it'd be cute.
Kids these days, I tell ya. In my day, I had to ship uphill both ways in the snow.
Yeah, sorry, Vegeta. I was kind of just thinking back to an appropriate old school anime. Vegeta (parentheses Prince of Saiyans). Shipping can be characters that never even see each other. Exactly. Speaking of which, look forward to Sam and Max Season 3, when you will get to hear me lose my entire mind. Oh, the conspiracy chart. Ooh, the conspiracy chart. And by conspiracy chart, I mostly just mean, I think these two mean gay bitches should meet and date, even though they're never in the same room. But they are technically in the same episode for a second, kinda. Sorta, in different locations. Could happen. Like when people used to ship Lapis and Peridot before they even had a single interaction. Exactly! And if those wild sons of bitches hadn't tried it, how would they then experience the satisfaction of them actually being weird feral barn girlfriends? You know, still a little bit more of a Peridot and Amethyst type person myself, but por qué no los dos?
Gordon's thinking about the fun times he could have in the vents while Gino's trying so fucking desperately to please he will get stuck.
But, God, yeah, I feel like it should be mentioned how deeply canonical it is that Gordon Freeman just scurries around in vents in Half-Life before the events of Half-Life.
Yeah.
Like a weird little fucking gremlin.
That's one thing I love from Black Mesa, is the add-on of Barney racing to try to get Gordon while he's climbing into the vents.
Yes. The addition of Barney and Gordon's funny vent races because Kleiner keeps locking himself out of his office.
This looks like Baby's Day Out.
I think that's correct, though! I think that's the right energy. I think it's because of how short his arm is, but also, again, I like it a lot.
Oh
He
no,
likes to
Gordon's
catch the
crawling
roaches
through
in
the
the vent.
construction site!
God, I could absolutely see Gordon, like, Christ. You know, I think that's actually the title of one of the chapters in Half-Life 2.
Yes.
Gordon's day out.
That's the sequence in Half-Life 1 where you're in the garage with the Jeep and Gordon has to hit every button in the garage and play with the car.
Christ. Which, oh, Gordon absolutely would, like, make his own terrarium and just put cockroaches in it that he's caught in the facility.
Yes.
Just like, I got nothing to do here.
And this is the
There's no
species
video
that grows
games.
in
Everyone's
Section
like-
C. And this is the species that lives in the security offices. And this is the species that lives in my radiation-proof laboratory, apparently.
Barney Calhoun, I just can't not fuck him.
Awesome.
What? It's okay if I'm making reference to a meme. That's the rules.
That's true.
That's how
That's true.
PG-13 works.
That's true. Yeah, that's... Yeah, you're right.
You can say the word fuck if it's in reference to a meme.
You're right.
It's
You're
part of
right,
the
you're
official...
right.
People don't actually sit down to read the official ratings guidelines for movies, but it's in there. Gordon would go to trampoline parks in that one giant adult place in Denmark or something. Oh yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
No question. The man's got a lot of energy. I compared him to a greyhound for a reason. Gordon is exactly the type of man who's the type of dog where you can't really ethically own one in an apartment unless you're absolutely devoted to going on like 2-mile jogs with them every day.
Yes, agreed.
Which Barney has come to accept this, even if post Half-Life 2 his lower back is probably going to explode. R.I.P. Barney.
Rip in peace. Rip in pieces.
Gordon signing, I'm learning how to play every single piece of music from Dragon Ball on recorder. Christ. Yeah, he would, though.
Yeah, fuck.
Okay, so Colette and Gina, I think they'd be friends. I still think it'd be funny if Gina weirdly doesn't get along with Russell, but it's gotta be for, like, some dumb reason.
Yeah? What are you
Dude,
thinking?
It's gotta be, like, I feel like they'd have one of those scientist disagreements where you just know that it's a ticking time bomb until a bar fight starts.
Yes. Agreed.
Like, because I'm thinking about, okay, if she works on Hev suits, and he made, like, a functional gravity gun that's attached directly to the hands, what if they just have some really dumb, weird argument about, like, designing something designed to go over humans?
My boy,
Like
what
some...
are you doing?
Oh, well, I'm so glad to... Oh, Romeo?
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, what's Romeo doing?
He is threatening to knock something off a desk.
Good. That makes sense. Just some dumb, like, oh, well, I'm so glad to get so much important, valuable feedback from the woman who decided to make the joint on the wrist a hinge!
Ugh.
They're full on, like, calmly debating to up out of their chairs. It's like, I think, oh god, I know what I'm thinking of. It's like parallel to how Eli and Magnuson get.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly
Just
right.
the full on, like, on some weird level, these two people have such significant differences in how they think about something that they cannot be left in a room together for long. Not without, like, outside interference. God, the Great Club Sandwich debacle?
Fuck.
God.
Fuck.
Yeah, it would it would be like that, and then also something really dumb that everyone's like, don't bring it up, just don't bring it up, just do not bring it up. It's not even like the sandwich debate. It's much more they have a complete, neither of them can agree on how any sandwich is correctly put together.
Yeah.
And they're going to kill each other over it one day.
There is some, like, fucking, like, is a hot dog a sandwich tier debate that has ruined them.
I think it's a higher tier than that, because it's not like, is hot dog a sandwich? It's like, one of them thinks that a tuna melt has to be open-faced, and the other is full-on just, like, top volume, you're insane, like, level of disagreement about it. Like, neither of them can let it go. One of them thinks that it's still a Reuben even without Thousand Island dressing. One of them thinks that you can still make a club sandwich with any replacement meat. It's a bloodbath out there.
Fuck.
A
That's
tuna
good.
melt is literally a tuna fish sandwich that has been toasted in some way with a slice of cheese on top of it. It is often served open-faced because that lets the cheese melt faster, or it can be made in a panini press.
It's good.
This is just American words. Yeah,
Yeah.
I could make it worse. You want to hear worse Americanisms? I can do that. I don't know any other ones. Well,
Get a chopped cheese.
oh
Debates on
God, I
a
could-
true Philly. Debates on a true
Oh my
Philly.
God,
Okay.
Christ.
Gina is club has to be made with Cheese Whiz.
That would work because Russ is from New Zealand.
Yes. Yes.
And I
yes.
don't think he can abide by spray cheese on any level.
Mhm.
I think he thinks it's like a because I'll be real, people from outside America often are very aghast at like, don't be weird about American cheese. It's still cheese. It's just like, imagine cheddar with no spine. That's all American cheese is. It's like leftover bits of cheese and milk solid. I realize describing the process out loud does sound like cheese sins, but listen. Spray cheese is weird though, and we'll cop to that.
Mhm. But
It
it's
is a
fucking-
whipped
Oh,
cheese spread.
man.
Yeah?
Oh man, I
Uh-huh.
like a whipped cheese actually. I love a Philly with spray cheese on it. It's really good.
I mean, I guess I'll be fair, I've never actually had a Philly.
Oh man. Okay. So, here's the gold about a true Philly. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing about Cheese Whiz is because it's so like oily and cheap, it'll soak
Sure.
into the bread and into the meat and into the onions. So you get this
Sure, yeah.
melty layer that permeates the entire sandwich.
Mm.
It soaks into the pores of everything in the sandwich, and then it's hot, and the onions are like caramelized, and the meat, it's like a little juicy and kind of oily and greasy, and it's good. Oh, it's good. It's good. Oh man.
See, I'm down to try one. It's just, I've never had Cheese Whiz applied in any. For those of you who could possibly in some way be unaware, just in case, Cheese Whiz is. You know how whipped cream do? Like in a can, whipped cream from a can? That but cheese.
Mm-hmm.
It's that but cheese.
It's so good.
Okay?
I can't.
It's.
I had a layover once in Philadelphia,
Mm-hmm.
and I had a Philly, and I grabbed it, and I ran on the flight with my dad, and I ate it as the plane was taking off, and it was like, there's no way to describe it. That burns in my memory, and every Philly I've had has never lived up to the experience of eating
Yeah,
a Philly
because you weren't
cheese
having
sandwich
it at like
for
high
the first.
altitude.
No, because high altitude deadens your taste buds, but
Mm.
it was, oh man, I want it again.
I
I want to eat it
understand.
again.
I feel the same way about the breakfast burrito at my old college. That fucker was like 2 pounds too.
You know what else I feel about that lake?
Hmm.
Since Pokemon music is on in Hawaii, Leonard's is a local chain of bakeries, and they make hot, fresh malasadas. And it was so hot and fresh, the bread was a little sour, and it was the perfect balance with the sweet sugar on the outside. Oh, it was so crispy and hot. It would like burn your fingers. It was so hot. It was good. It was good. I
That's
miss it. I miss
sure.
it. I miss it. I miss it. Okay.
Yeah, malasadas are super real food.
Yeah.
Good night, Clown Rights now.
Good night. Yeah, they're really, really, really good.
Listen, if you get sprayed Cheese Whiz, you have to get the kind of the star tip, because otherwise, what are we even doing?
Agreed.
Also, someone mentioned earlier, Cuppy Dog City says, I usually see Cheese Whiz in jars here. It does come in both forms. I think the spray version is more fun.
Yeah, I've never seen it in a jar, actually.
I wonder if it's like a different application. Could be. Just had a horrible food thought? No. None of that. We're talking good food, not food crimes.
Mm-hmm.
As much as I trust you all, as much as I trust any Twitch chat, no Twitch chat on this planet can be handled with food crimes.
That's true.
Because everybody's got a terrible story or idea that they want to share. Cannot be helped. Cannot be helped. God, now I'm just imagining like the somewhat wild headcanon of Gina committing casual food crimes, and I could actually like she's the person who's gonna go to the cafeteria and get a cup and put macaroni in it.
Oh my god, Colette's like, oh, I can't not marry her. She's insane.
Like, she's a workaholic, and she's like, no, I want to keep working, so you just get the mac and cheese in your cup, and you just kind of eat it with a spoon, or just tip it back. Listen, it's efficient. But, like, not efficient in the way of someone who's like, so I eat like, meal shakes. No.
You do
She's
that?
out here,
Good.
like... Good, yeah. No, listen. I was about to describe, like, I'm of the opinion that applesauce is a beverage. It's good.
It
It's
is.
good.
It is.
It is. It is. But don't waste a whole spoon on applesauce. What are we doing here?
Yeah. Literally,
that
when
shit in
I'm
a cup.
sick and I'm like too sick to sit up, I'll literally just lay there and drink applesauce it owns.
Hino of the Dawn asks,
Yes.
do people spray Cheese Whiz in their mouths like whipped cream? Yes, because teenagers exist in America, and 20-something-year-olds.
Source,
And you can.
Source, I was poor and it was fun.
Listen.
What else was I gonna
Listen.
do in a hot car?
That's gotta be a distinct sensory experience right there.
Hot cheese whiz in your mouth, trapped in a hot car, waiting outside an office for your parents.
Oh, man.
How long has
For
the
me, it
cheese
was
whiz been in the car?
I feel like my most evocative stuck in a car memories are always whenever, like, my parents had to go and do, like, food stamp type stuff.
Uh-huh.
Because you always had to, like, go all the way up to, like, the larger town where
Yeah.
I was. And I wouldn't be forced to go inside because that's a hell realm of boredom, but I just remember, like, yes, here we are again, collection of Garfield comic strips.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I had...
Once more around the bend, the Wizard of Oz.
What do I put on Colette's shirt?
Fuck. Vegeta says, and I had to allow this through?
Awesome.
I don't know what about this that Automod caught that thought was, like, dangerous. Gina would microwave a hot dog with American cheese, and Colette would still kiss her afterwards. That's love. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about here.
Yes.
Automod got scared. I don't know. God, she's the, like, chop up a cold hot dog and put it into cup ramen, and then pour the hot water, which,
man.
let's be clear, I have done and will fuck up. It can be good. It can be good. I'm just saying I also know that, like, someone doing that at work, on the clock, in front of other human beings, is strong and terrifying. Like, she uses a pair of office scissors for that hot dog.
Good for her. Colette's just like, rip it apart with your bare hands, baby. Come on, give it to me. I'll do it.
No, don't be unhygienic. Nothing's funnier than when you have, like, any kind of pairing of, like, unhinged versus the calm one. You always gotta work out. No, the calm one's gotta also be, like, this.
Yes.
Also completely, absolutely deranged in some. Gina and Gordon would have microwave crime competitions to see who could break the microwave the most. Oh god.
God, there's some sort of, like, office strike where they're like, alright, just start busting out fucking kitchen equipment in the most, like, within means way you can. Like, Gina and Gordon, like,
Christ.
okay, if you say so, okay.
Yeah, Dr. Brian is trying to replace all of the snack food vending machines with, like, healthy choice alternative, but it's all, like, soy protein mixes and granola bars, so we're doing a little civil disobedience, because what's he gonna do? Call the security guards on us? Those goofuses? Nah. Christ, Gordon's the one who steps up with the big stack of floppy disks.
Christ. Yes, yeah. You need to scoodle Sam's face a little.
I do like that you've chosen to bring in the challenged mode drawing ringer of Sam the dog and his whole head situation. So
Listen,
you have been drawing a lot of Goofy recently, so
I have been.
more
What's
Goofy
with
than
that?
usual. You know, keeps hanging out with that one kid.
Oy.
Mm-hmm. Similar dog head construction issues, I think. By Talos, this can't be happening.
Great.
Cannabis Ford said it! I got echolalia, leave me alone!
By the 9.
Women of STEM will use a Bunsen burner to cook strips of meat and not see a problem with it. Christ! Christ! The Office Hibachi Grill!
Fuck. Ugh, I need to stretch
Yeah,
my hand
see-
a second.
Good. Stretch your hand. I think that'd be doubly funny because literally it is canonical that the Department of Anomalous Materials that Gordon wound up in, that Gina and Cosette are at least implied to work with, if not necessarily be on the same team, is where all the weirdos get sent.
Mm-hmm.
Which I believe means it's the informal LGBTQA alliance in Black Mesa. Prove to me
Hooray!
otherwise.
Hooray!
Grilling small fishes. If they have fishes to grill, those are coming from like the water coolant systems in Black Mesa, and I don't know. I don't.
Colette just like, hey, I found a bunch of stuff that looks like muscles growing on the robots and the radioactive goop. Who wants to be brave?
God, what if Gina and Russell also are like rivals in cooking Zen food?
Oh, that would be cool.
Oh, I see that once again you're trying your plebeian head crab experiments. I don't know, I can see that being an interesting first thought if you're not advanced enough to consider the delicacies of fried mushrooms. Listen, I'm just saying, it's not hygienic to eat anything that might have grown out of a corpse, and you cannot tell me, you can guarantee. Okay, yes, head crabs also feed on the dead, but...
Oh, Vegeta says Colette and Gina saw that giant murder fish from the one level and desperately wanted to cook that bitch. Yes.
That's why
Yes.
that's why those aren't around anymore. Humans had like a dwindling like supply of food left, and listen, we'll fuck up a fish. What would a barnacle taste like? I wonder if it'd be like gooey duck,
Yeah, I would say
right?
good theme for this. I would say, a lot like mussels, maybe?
Maybe abalone even.
Ooh.
Is there any kind of mussel that's like distinctly a predator? I wish Snail was awake. Because I know that there are mussels that like eat living stuff. A lot of like plankton filtering and everything. So like maybe it would be like shellfish, but like a little bit gamey. Because that's like a lot of times the complaint about like bear and other meat-eating food is that it's very gamey.
Oh yeah, huh.
So like maybe muscly kind of texture.
That would be kind of cool. Oh.
Gesundheit. Goosehead barnacles are commonly eaten. Ooh.
Ooh.
I could see that. Definitely, like, the tongue would probably be, like, the most workable, edible bit in there.
I
Like,
think
maybe
the tongue
that
would
contracting
be-
muscle.
Yeah, the tongue would be,
Or would
you
the
know,
tongue be too gristly?
I think it wouldn't be gristly. I think it would be just, like, you would have to have a lot of, like, meat to cut through. Because, you know, meat is muscle, you know, largely.
Right.
I wonder, tenderized, could it be good? You know?
I bet it'd be good, but I bet it'd be good for, like, soups or, like, a broth-based kind of thing. Where, like,
Oh.
you're
Dude,
already
and
kind
you
of, like,
could-
tossing it in there to soften.
Dude, and you could get the shell, because it's acidic.
Oh,
So there's already a certain degree of
yeah.
softness to the meat already. Ooh.
And the shell itself would. There's actually a very good like variation of dashi that's like if you're cooking with shellfish, like that
Sopa de
forms the
lengua,
dashi
yeah.
broth already.
Ooh.
Would the tongue be sticky? You'd have to wash the shit out of that. Let's be
Mhm.
clear here. You'd definitely be like. That's one of those like okay, you gotta like wash it with vinegar first and then let it soak in water for a little bit. Like
I wonder.
kind of preparation things.
I wonder if the acid would give it kind of like a little bit of a zesty taste. It would be good with onions.
Heck, I wonder if the acid would be like usable as a cooking ingredient on its own as a tenderizer.
Ooh.
Bull squids, would they be like squiddy beef? Bull squids I don't think would actually resemble squids much flavor-wise. I don't know if you'd really eat... I think it'd be tricky because I'm just gonna say as a human, I think at some point it'd be like, well, is this too much... would we... I don't know about bull squids. I don't know why I'm so unsure about bull squids.
It's because we see them like out and out, like hunting down and eating directly from people. So they would definitely land in the very like gamey hunter type.
A lot of the I think that'd be a little bit like eating wolf. Like, listen, whatever food is available in an area, I'm not really someone who... I don't have moral qualms with eating one type of animal over another. I think it's ridiculous. It's a very, like, Western-centric idea. Kind of drives me up the wall. But I do think, like, for flavor choices, if other stuff is available, stuff that's, like, an intense predator is going to taste weirder. Someone asked about Vortigons. I don't think any human would try to eat a Vortigaunt unless they were already pretty down with cannibalism, because they were, like, even from first look, tool-using, like, bipedal.
Yeah.
We don't eat a lot of bipedal shit, you know?
You would probably get prion disease also.
Yeah, that ended badly for old Cannibal Steve. What about the tentacle you fry with the rocket? So, don't we theorize that fucker might be an antlion?
Wait,
No, I'm thinking of something else.
I think that's the one that we think is like a baby version of the oxygen converter.
That's right, that's right. Those are probably bioengineered type creatures. I don't know if they'd be much of nothing. You caught us on a subject that we will talk about for a very long time, because I like thinking about fictional food, and Half-Life's a really good series for that. Like,
Yeah, for
you know,
real.
Kingdom Hearts, there's not really a lot of room for, like, you eat food. You can probably, like, go and find, like, a restaurant in different places in Kingdom Hearts. But, ooh, Half-Life,
You
where
will
it's, like,
learn
scrounging.
more about that with Kingdom Hearts, actually.
Oh, finally Remy shows up. I think, like, Yeah?
Did I make a noise?
No, you made no noise. You made a hilarious cessation of noise.
Oh, I see.
A sudden vacuum of sound. Antlions we've actually discussed before as food. I think we mostly landed on they're more like dry ingredients that you can then add to stuff for flavor, but mostly the honey would be useful. Because I think, listen, you can't give us a big funny insect with like social behavior that clearly like Vortigaunts know how to like raise as animals, and then not have me think really hard about like kept imagine like antlion hives that you maintain, and you can also take them out to like help bore through rock for new tunnels and stuff.
Oh, the reason that you think that antlions would be spicy is the same reason that ants are spicy. It's the amount of acid that they have.
That's why if you eat an ant, it is either spicy or sour, because it's got a little bit of acid. That if you have ever been, quote, bitten by an ant, most likely, actually, that was a drop of acid, and it did not actually bite you.
Yep.
Some ants do bite.
Yes.
Some ants do bite, but
Red
in the
ants
same
particularly.
way... Yes. Ant bites are one of those things like food poisoning, where either you think you had food poisoning and you were wrong, or you definitely had food poisoning and you're traumatized by it, and you can't eat that food anymore.
Oh man, when I was in middle school, our teacher made us do push-ups as a punishment, and my hand landed in the push-ups on a red anthill, and the teacher wouldn't let me move, and I got to get out of PE for a bit.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet that's one of those ones where it doesn't take long in the statement of like, hey, what happened for... Yeah. One of those weird Yeah. School is nightmare.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, sorry. You're saying?
No. I think I was just going to say, like, actual ant bites are. You will not mistake them.
Mm-hmm.
You will not mistake them.
Yeah. You will go, ow, fucker.
My main gym stories every now and then I'm like, man, why did they keep making the asthmatic kid take part in PE in a
Mhm.
notoriously foggy area where we were running around in a cold, wet, damp environment and I had to go take my inhaler every single time? What was the thought pattern
You know,
going on there?
running good.
Eventually this will do something good instead of slowly teaching me that exercise is associated with horrific health events.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyways,
I'm still unlearning
not to
that
get
shit,
into-
man.
yeah, that's part of why I like Ring Fit is because it's presented so much as like a fun thing that you should take it easy with. It's
Mhm.
nice. Imagine the poor rebel bastard to find out he's allergic to antlion and can't tell because they assumed it's the acid spice. Oh god.
Fuck.
What? Doesn't everyone get like tingly mouth after eating the antlion for a little while? Ah, shit. Turns out it's the same compound that shows up in mangoes. It's kind of fucked up.
fuck.
Which, ooh, see, the way that I am is with series like this is I look at Half-Life 2 and I'm like, I don't want the story of how everything gets built back up to normal. I want the weird like post-apocalypse like town rebuilding, homesteader weird stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see Cosette with a big fucking like weird builder robot that's like putting up walls and stuff.
Yeah, that would be fucking dope.
I simply think she should get to have a big dumb weird like construction robot mech suit at some point is the thing.
Did you know there was gonna be a Psychonauts cell phone game that was like that with Whispering Rock?
Whoa.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. If I did, I forgot about it.
It was real weird, but there's a prototype of it on the what is it? The wiki where they scrap like all the stuff that got canceled in games.
Yeah, God bless.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, that would be
I like
cool.
the stuff in
We're
Alex
cutting
of
room
them
floor.
using
Thank you,
Stride as
Cuppy.
like a cherry picker. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, using Strider as a cherry picker would be fucking cool.
Yeah, especially since like we literally see them get used for that at the beginning of like the Wire organizing. Ugh.
Yeah, that's right.
I feel like Alex truly hit the only correct balance of Striders, which keeps like the intent of how strong they're supposed to be without going, okay, now fight 6 of them at once for some reason.
Yeah.
Remember
Oh,
this
man.
super strong, super powerful, here's El Pistoles, one single, good luck, no, it's okay, you can go to the Rebels and get more missiles. The Rebels? The Rebels who can die? The Rebels who can die randomly at any point by being nudged by a Strider fire? Those Rebels? That's the balance? That's how we're supposed to get more rockets for that level?
Hooray!
It's like no one at any point thought about how the Rebels being able to die would like... I truly, as much as an amazingly made game it is, I contest that they did not really think through how easily the Rebels die in that game and leave you all on your lonesome against a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why we're probably never replaying Half-Life 2 on this channel.
Hooray!
We'll see.
On that note, it's midnight. Let's take a break.
Oh shit, it is. Alright. This is gonna be our last break for the night. We're probably just gonna be in conversational podcast mode if you haven't
Yeah.
already guessed.
I
We're chatting, we're talking.
am a little bit approaching I need prompt mode. My brain is running out.
Well, hey, you know, we can do that after the break.
Fuck yeah.
For now, this is a good time to get up, get a drink, interact with any animals that you might have around you on purpose. Thank you, local car. Thank you. Get a drink, get a water, stretch, have a little wiggle, and we will be right back. Howdy, folks. Hey, you got dinner, Bob. That's good. Hot water TV. That's good. Now, that's good. I could possibly do it in the house. Yeah, I figured. I should just load back and going. No, I mean because I'm gonna be muffled anyways, Bugs. Because the first couple of things I say aren't gonna come across in any literal way. I could say my social security number during the first
I'm muted.
10
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm muted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm muted.
Oh no!
Sorry, I'm eating milk. Milky. Sorry, milky picora. Milk flavored stick.
I was going to say there has to be some way to describe what you're doing without just repeating the word milky a few times. Is Bugs audible now? Is it good now?
Yes, I can see all the levels.
Okay, good.
Whew. No, I'm not eating the kazoo. What a cruel thing to suggest.
No, my kazoo's over here, and we're several hundred miles apart.
And every day, we are getting several hundred miles closer, so I can eat the kazoo.
Yeah, I was gonna like rattle the kazoo in its box, but it's actually like in its special. This fucker's got like a lanyard that comes with it that I could use to like, you know, in case you ever want to like really wild the fuck out on your kazoo and it gets so metal you might like fling it somewhere, I guess, if you want to take this kazoo to events, I guess. Duck call ass.
Please pardon while I eat this last snack.
Now we're still on break, don't worry about it. It's important to have Snick. I was gonna put together the stuff to make ramen after, but then I remembered I still have stuff to microwave and dump on top of rice that I'm looking forward to. Made the morning of this heat wave truly starting before bed, like, well, Stove, my friend, this is the last we'll be seeing of each other for a little while. I'll miss you.
Okay. Sorry. I sweated out all the sugar in my body, and I had nothing running my brain. It was awesome.
Literally, like, this morning while I had that migraine, I was like, what if I see if that one hydration electrolyte mix that I wanted to try is on Amazon, and I bought that, and also like 3 crates of the caffeinated V8 that I like to drink because it no longer shows up on our local grocery store. And I am having migraine of time, and I can get 3 of them here, like this.
I found this old drawing from last time we streamed on here, and I'm going to fix it up because I think it's cute.
Hooray! Good.
Also something fun, this is just dorky little artistic growth thing. Behold the manic-looking Colette here. Behold the manic-looking Colette here. I have learned so much from Oda. Thank you, Oda.
Yeah! Oh man, if you want like to pick into an artist for like really intense expression pushing on all types of characters, Oda's kind of the king. Like, you know, sure, he might draw 60% of all women character as roughly the same hourglass kind of shape, but let me tell you, they will make Gremlin angry faces. They will pull faces. They will look like conniving little dipshits. They will sob big, ugly tears. The full range of human emotion is present as much as any other character. and that shouldn't be praiseworthy, but it is. Hell on earth. Also, it's fun. It's fun.
It is fun.
I like when girl characters get to be gremlins, and it's very fun for that. Nami is gremlin of all time.
Agreed.
It was fun
agreed.
getting to the part. It was fun getting in the anime to the part where she comes in on her motorboat and is like, "Guys, what the fuck are you doing?" They're like, "Well, these cops are giving us trouble because we need to pay like 7 million berries." And she goes, "Oh, that's all it is. We can get away with getting a fine." And drives her motorboat directly into a cop's face, screaming, "What do you mean, $7 million?"
Yes, yes, it rules.
And then it's like, "Oh, whoops."
Oh, I'm sorry, the power of fury just overcame me.
Oopsie.
Romeo, what's wrong, my boy? I hear you.
Romeo.
Romeo, why are you standing on a desk and yelling at me, sweet pea? Okay. He has no comment.
No comment. What? Okay. Post-apocalyptic, Gina and Cosette should have some kind of weird alien pet.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm counting Russell's drone as kind of his pet.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of.
Mhm.
More or less.
Mm-hmm.
Head crab's taken.
Mm-hmm. Bull squid?
Antlions? Well, Gordon's kind of got antlions in a weird... Well, no. No. Not kind of. Bull squid would be cute. A bull squid that they treat like a big old dog would be cute.
Yeah, I'd like
It's-
that.
It's like an unusually large bull squid that they're like, yeah, we found this when it was a puppy, so
Aw.
you know, sad. And yeah, it turns out all the other bull squids we've seen are like catastrophically malnourished. Actually,
Yeah, this is Brutus.
fuck.
He's
Got
our
a
baby.
bull squid pack. The bull squid pack, but Brutus is the indoor boy.
Fuck.
Well, he cries if he doesn't sleep on our bed, so...
Listen, Gordon, he thinks he's people, so we gotta, you know, I'm not gonna say no to a cute little guy.
Barney voice. They put a place out for him at dinner. You have to understand, Gordon. They have lost their minds over the past 20, and this is how they express it: is putting a bib on the
Hey,
bull squid.
His tentacles clean the plate better than you do, Calhoun.
God, and Eli's upset because he lost his leg to a bull squid.
Oh,
Christ.
fuck, that's right.
That's
he
right.
Did. Yeah, but not
See,
this bull squid, right?
I mean, yeah, no, you're right, technically. Also, Senator Bob suggested a hunter, which would also be funny because it is somewhat suggested by the events of Alex that the Gordon from Alex got attacked by a hunter instead of Alex getting hit by the hunter.
Yeah.
So, one way or another. Oh, I do think I want hunters rehabilitated as like pet aminals.
I do too.
I want to see the danger frog in its original form.
Hang on one sec, I'll be right back.
Sure thing. Hello, chat.
My boy.
I suspect Romeo is being given a treat. Adrian Shepard would have a couple of... Yeah, Adrian would definitely have a hunter. Hi. Oh. Romeo noises.
Mm. Yeah.
I don't know if chat can hear Romeo right now, but yeah, okay, you can hear him. They can hear him. Good.
Sorry about that. Okay, hi.
No, that was the funniest, most like direct Romeo noise. Just "Meh."
Meh. He's very sad because everyone's sleeping or working.
Yeah, cats in a household where someone, me and Bugs, is up all day gets I'm Harley's special night buddy whenever
Yeah.
I go upstairs.
Exactly.
I am the human who provides nighttime attention, and Ponce has been needier too, because he is upset that kittens exist, so clearly he needs further affection, which I'm good with giving because I'm also not having to take care of the kittens, but... Oh. No.
He was just... I heard him in the kitchen just yelling, "Oh God, please, anyone, 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 please." So I went and I picked him up and I brought him over and he was like, "Thank God, none of that, bye." So he stopped yelling.
He just wanted the assurance, not...
Yes.
He wasn't sure you still existed, because he went into a different room.
Exactly. It was very sad, it was very scary.
Honestly, one of the things that I feel it clears up a lot about cat behavior once you understand it is that they do not have location permanence.
Oh no!
Cats, for the most part, do not truly understand. Like, they know rooms of house, but they're not actually 100% sure that a closed door still leads to the same place it did last time.
Yeah.
Which is the same reason why, if a cat's upset about the weather, sometimes they'll ask you to open the door like multiple times.
Yes.
Because they're like, maybe this time it won't have weather out there. So, which, don't let your cats outside if you have control over that. But sometimes it's fun to let a cat sniff through a screen door, is the thing. Oh, hell yes, the jam. Yeah, I can really see the bump in face drawing, you're right.
Shucks, thank you.
Yeah, you've always been great at, like, with faces and expressions, but you've only grown more powerful.
Shucks.
Explains why my boy Ragtime scratches at our doors so much at night if he can't see us. Yes. Ragtime is probably not entirely sure that you're still in there. Which, to be fair, for all he knows, maybe you climbed out a window. God, the amount of, like, left to right stereo mixing this fucking song has. If you listen to this song in headphones, it literally, like, bounces back and forth.
Come on, Gordon. Stand back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Calhoun, so nice to hear your voice.
Okay, I had to at least jam through that part. Sorry, folks. This is giving me the Barney Hive Mind fic vibe. I do often occasionally think that it would be funny to go for a kind of SCP Foundation type theory of like, yeah, all the security guards are actually clones. It was just trying to get a new dude is hard, so listen.
I like this echo of the scientist song.
Yeah, it's good.
This is as far
I've
as I
never owned
go.
a cat, and only have neighborhood cat experience, so I'm pleased to learn this cat knowledge. Yeah, cats are good little fellas. People make a lot of fuss about them, but like, you just gotta know how they act.
Yep. Once you figure that out, they're good little brats, even if they like knocking things over.
Yeah, which they only do that because like they don't know or care why it would be bad that it's off that counter.
Yep.
Or they do know, and they know it's a reliable way of getting your attention, so...
Yep. Or, you know, more often than not, it's like, oh, is this alive? Bonk. No.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, the cat check to see if something's alive is to bap at it. Hey, no shame in, like, not being able to have pets. I literally have a hamster, because I know that rats would be too much investment if I had a fibro fit, you know?
Yeah.
Everybody within the means.
Yeah, I take care of Romeo, but you may have noticed I haven't talked about my isopods for a while. I ran into...
Listen, heat waves.
Yeah.
That wasn't your fault.
But still, you know, I can keep a cat.
Yeah, because cats can thermoregulate.
Yeah.
Important. Which, by the way, Pons has been making such a show of laying down on the kitchen linoleum as if he, like, needs to be doing... And the rest of the house is perfectly air-conditioned. It's just that the most air-conditioned room in the house is my parents' room. So, like, the kittens are in there so that we know they're okay during the heat wave. So, Pons has just been like, whoa.
Whoa.
Ooh. I definitely couldn't go and lay down in front of the air conditioner in the other room.
No, I lay here. It is so sad. Oh.
Mm-hmm. Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah, the Isos is sad.
Yeah.
Insects are tough pets to keep because sometimes stuff just happens.
Yeah, in fact, when I looked up, like, what happened, there were a bunch of isopod keepers who were like, yeah, so, isopods, their favorite thing to do is die en masse, so don't take it too personally. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
But I decided that I would, it was such a heartbreaker to have that happen. I don't think I could deal with it again, particularly since it had been pretty close to when Mid had passed. Around when that happened, so...
Hey, that's also something to consider with, like, small pets of any type. Like, not to get too grim, but hamsters have a deadline of about, like, 2.5 years, roughly. I'm really good at getting a Robovoski hamster to live, like, 3.5 years?
He is.
It's very old.
Yeah. Got the senior home for hamsters.
Yeah! Which is good, but it also means you gotta be ready for that, and I'm good for that, because, well, I still get sad.
Yeah. My dad always phrases it to me like, buying a pet is buying yourself a tiny little tragedy.
Yeah, that's true. The way I always put it to myself is like, the point is making sure that a little life is well lived.
Exactly.
And if you can do that, you've done the best you can.
Exactly.
Oh, 3 years is very perfectly old. That's a happy little hampies. Also, I will say elder care for a hamster is very funny because they start to look like when a teddy bear is, like, hugged a lot and gets, like, that funny, like, pressed down fur kind of look.
Yes, yes. Yeah,
I think it's cute.
I know that saying sounds hard, but that's usually something my dad says when he's trying to talk himself out of getting a kitten, and then he buckles and gets another kitten.
Bugs' dad is made of, like, concentrated dad material, I swear to God.
Yeah.
In a very specific way.
My other dad, my pops, literally woke up this morning, he told me about the rain, and I was like, yeah, I was up, I heard the thunder and lightning storm, and he immediately said, we needed this, and I'm like, yeah, the dad thing!
Which, every now and then, one of those, like, oh, how many of these dad phrases do you use?
Oh my
kind
God,
of
I
list
say
comes
so
around, and
many
one's like,
of them.
Gee, Bugs, yeah, they're still let anybody in here, huh? I can't help it. It's fun.
It's fun. I like making fun of my. Oh, you guys should know. We were doing server testing for Snail yesterday.
Yes. Which, first of all, you should know that when Snail enters the group dynamic, we both reshuffle to, like, scratch and grounder level.
Yes.
Like,
yeah, it was.
I think Snail is our boss, maybe?
Snail literally had to be like, can you two stop punching each other for long enough to test this?
and then I punched Bugs exactly one more time and killed them.
You did.
Which, to be fair, was only because after Snail caused the ceasefire, you punched me the last time. I was like, okay, fair enough. And then you punched me again.
Yeah,
as some kind of, like, extended the teacher isn't stopping me maneuver.
I literally waited until Snail was looking away and did it, and then I hid behind Snail.
You hid behind a flamingo for... Anyway, point being, as you might be able to tell, we were a little distracted, but we were in there to test things to see if, like, stuff would break, which technically we did a good job of because we're Chaos Gremlins. And Chaboy might have accidentally created something that I didn't know was a world edit tool.
Oopsie
because
doopsies.
I'm the only motherfucker alive who uses wooded axes, I guess. I like chopping trees down, and I like to do it efficiently, so the first tool I always make if I play survival mode. And I was like, okay, well, to continue testing the server, I'll just go do some stuff that you'd usually do in survival mode and see. And let me tell you, a few things popped up.
A few things.
Because I play the game. I play the game weird.
Thank you, Frankie. Thank you for your service.
That's my dad's dog. When we're in a car with him and we see him staring intensely at a random dog on the street, we have to scream no at him. Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay. Bugs, did I tell you I have a conspiracy theory about... Okay. I think one of the neighborhood strays left one of the kittens where we would find it on purpose.
Oh, really?
Okay, because one of the kittens that we found was literally, like, in the side garden, in a wooden pallet that's back there that used to have something on it, who knows what, and was, like, yelling, and yelled until, like, Mom picked them up, and then stopped yelling and started purring, and it's like, well, okay, that you just bring the kitten inside is what happens when that happens. Because, like, no mom cat around. The other kitten was found because one of the neighbors had found them and couldn't find the
Good night,
mom.
Seymour Bob. And congratulations on the job interview. You're gonna fucking ace it.
Yeah, for real. Good luck. But what I realized is I was like, there's a lot of, like, the neighborhood stray cats hang out in our yard a lot because my parent feeds them so that they won't eat so many goddamn birds. And has, like, shelter because they're wild animals. They deserve some amount of, like, safety and all that.
Yeah.
So we got, like, little cat huts in the front, and they hang out in our backyard a lot because there's a big field behind our house that's not our property, it butts into it. And literally, my parents said one of the strays was in the distance watching as they picked up the kitten. And I keep thinking, how would a kitten get into a fenced part of our yard and then into a pallet with none of the other kittens around or the mom cat around? And then I think one of the strays found the kitten, went, oh shit, well, I'm not gonna take care of this, but I know the house where the food and the shelter is and people that I trust. And I know humans will do something about this, and, like, left them in a, like, okay, this pallet's, like, kind of secure. Yeah, exactly. Crash Dash says cats are social, so it's very likely they brought the kitten for you to take care of. Exactly.
That's so sweet.
Right? I think that would make... That's, like, something cats do, and it would be very funny, because it's, like, literally the feral cats who know us and know our house to some... Literally, sometimes Ponce escapes the house, and what then happens is we have to leave the door open all night for him to come back in, and I sit in the front room. And the feral cats, when that happens, will walk in, and I go, no, 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 and they go, okay, and walk back out. So, I just think it's very funny, like, the cats are like, okay, good news. We got a house with some soft touches for you.
Oh,
gift
Steve
gift
of
a
Citrus,
cat.
that's cute.
Yeah, which, who knows, that could also be it, because we don't know where the mom of these two specific kittens is. There's no other kittens that look like them around. There is a mom cat that our neighbor knew about that has kittens, but when he showed them the kitten he'd found, which was probably Bibu, I think, the mom, like, hissed and rejected and was like, no, 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 that's not mine. So, if that was the mom, they ain't wanted over there, and if it isn't, then we don't know where the mom is. So, hey, listen, giving up your kittens to peoples to take care of ain't a bad idea.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, they're very lively and very sweet. They do want to attack hands a little. They do kind of want to attack hands a little.
You have to attack
a little
hands every time you see them.
Biting and killing hands a little, maybe just a little. This cat also produced the world's smallest kitten.
Oh,
Like the size of a newborn, but already fluffy with open eyes. Oh, little kitten.
Little.
Yeah, we think Harley was an especially small kitten because she just never grew past a certain... She just got long at a certain point and then kind of stopped.
That's
She's
my
one of
dad's
those
cat
cats.
Ginger's like that too.
I love funny, snaky cats
I
so
do
much.
too.
They're deeply hilarious.
Hey, did you see that Thundercat is collaborating with Gorillaz?
Oh shit, I didn't. Fuck.
Yeah, they put out a new track
Ooh.
today. Yeah, for Phase 4 or
Ooh.
Phase 5 or whatever.
See, that's exciting. because I love the Gorillas a lot, but they are absolutely at their best when they collaborate closely with a really cool R&B creator, if we're
Yeah.
all completely honest.
Agreed.
It ain't been the same since Del the Funky Homo Sapien moved tracks, let's say.
Yeah.
But to be clear, I'm a big fan of Plastic Beach. Stuff after... like 2 albums after that that are like, some fun stuff. Just never quite grabbed me the same.
Mm. I think.
Ooh,
Yeah. Yeah.
Thundercat.
It's something. It's like Cracker Island, which I'm like, all right. You
I
mean
think that-
England? Got it.
Literally, yeah. Fair enough. God, the word cracker is so funny.
It is.
It's good. It's infinitely good. Me, I'm just half cracker. I'm like one of them whole wheats types. Well, kind of. What do you get when it's like... I'm what you get if you got 2, like, kind of mixed parents, so... Interesting position to be in culturally, where I consider... Oh... This is fucked up, but you know what food I kind of want to try, because food like this did not exist in the area I grew up in for good reasons?
Huh.
I want to try one of those fucked up tuna casseroles.
Oh, you know what? They're good.
They sound good!
My dad makes
Like-
one that's made out of potato
Mhm.
chips.
Whoa.
It's good.
Made out of potato chips?
That's right. That's right.
Like, not just a topping? What? The dish? Yeah, I want to hear it. I want to hear about this tech.
I think the potato chips are the topping, but they're good. It's
Okay.
yeah.
I
it's
thought
good,
maybe
it's
he was
good.
including them as like a structural layer in there somewhere.
Oh man, that'd be good. That'd be good. I'll ask him for his tuna casserole recipe because it's
Okay,
it's
go ahead.
tuna casserole is really good for just like, oh god, fuck it, I'm too tired to cook. Stack it in, put it in the oven. I go lay down.
Yeah. Yeah, because Vegeta says, I thought they were made up for sitcoms. That's kind of what I thought as a kid. Because it'll always be like, oh, tuna casserole. And I'm like, I haven't heard. What do you speak of this casserole?
I ate a lot of casseroles growing up extremely white.
Mm-hmm.
I have opinions on many casseroles and many Salisbury steaks.
See, I enjoy that though, because like the poor kid food that I grew up with was like lentil soup and brown rice. And let me tell you, I can't eat quinoa.
Oh,
I
man.
refuse fuck entirely off. It became such okay, growing up with like a specific kind of food that's like the poverty food that's like I ate this because my parents wanted to make sure you've probably seen it spelled quinona.
Mhm.
Like imagine Winona but quinona. That's how it looks written down.
Like that.
Yeah, exactly. And like I grew up eating that because it was cheap, and my parent knew that like it would make sure that the kids, like me at that point, didn't get like vitamin deficiencies because it's good for that. And then I went to school, and it showed up as $10 cold salads,
Yep.
like in deli plastic, with just like some greens and shit. $10 for quinoa?
Here's
Maniacs.
Here's something fun that a lot of people don't know about quinoa until they eat it for the first time, particularly white people.
Soap.
No. It's very fibrous.
Yes, it is. It will also give your teeth a workout because, like, it's very small
you will
individual
poop your
grains.
fucking guts out.
Yes, also that. But like, I think sometimes people expect it to have the same texture as like couscous or something. It don't.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Sit down. Get ready. Really settle in.
Yeah. Get a long book and enjoy your time in the bathroom.
Also, Vegeta also says, I won't eat beans unless I have to. I was like that for quite a little while. I got back on beans after a bit, though.
Ooh, what kind of beans?
Okay, usually growing up, we would do black beans a lot of times, because that's, like, very, like, it's easy to get canned, and also from dried, it, like, doesn't take that long. Lentils were always exciting because you don't have to pre-cook, you don't have to pre-soak those bitches.
Yeah.
Anyone who tells you gotta pre-soak lentils they're wrong. You don't got it. It's fine. It's like split peas. You can kind of just go for it. Just like split peas, don't salt lentils until they're already soft. Start seasoning them then, because I don't know if it's like an urban legend or not, but from my personal experience, it really does take longer to cook if you add salt too soon. Like,
That's interesting.
Yeah, it just literally, like, it ups the amount of time it takes to cook. It's really weird. Oh, I'll fuck up some couscous, by the way. Ooh, any kind of couscous. Small grain, big grain, yellow,
Ooh.
multicolor.
Ooh.
The multicolor from Winco is kind of the
Man, fucking
perennial
Winco
favorite,
food is so
though.
good.
It is, even if... Okay, hot tip, if you're on a budget, Winco is super your friend. It has a lot of, like, overstock type sales. But here's my advice. If you get produce from Winco, cook it immediately.
Yeah.
I am not kidding. The produce at Winco is affordable because it is about to turn back into a proverbial pumpkin.
Yeah.
That like, literally, like, if you got ADHD or trouble starting with stuff, go home and, like make a stew immediately.
Yeah. Also, their chicken recipe changed. Now it tastes nasty, kinda.
I'm
Sorry.
so sad.
Yeah, I know.
I'm so sad. Like, Winco fried chicken was such, like, a staple of, like, treats as a child, because now I'm just fully into, like, nostalgic stories of an incredibly, like, weird rural childhood. Strap in. Hope you all enjoy.
Thank
This
you,
is the
Random
podcast
00 Factor,
section.
who paid for this.
Thank you.
God bless you.
God bless you. I assume anyone who bought one of these knows that the last hour is just podcast over drawings at this point.
Yeah.
But, like, okay. The closest Winco, the closest large town, was 60 miles away. So, like, once a month after the food stamps refilled, we would go to Winco. And in my brain, it is still kind of associated with that level of, like, ooh, treat, hooray, to Winco. Which might sound a little weird if anyone's aware that, like, Wincos have an aura, I think, a vibe. The lights are very bright and the ceilings are very tall, and
sometimes there's a bee box and it thrums and you can put your hands on it and feel the humming.
that's true. Sadly, I haven't been able to get to one of those for a while, but I do like the bee boxes. Wincos are being rendered on the PS1 somehow.
Yeah.
That's what it's kind of like being in a Winco.
They fucking
It's
own,
like-
they're unionized by default.
Yes, they're unionized by default, and they're actually employee-owned in the way that actually matters.
Yeah.
And, like, before, like, the pandemic and
Galaxy
everything, thank
Bear,
you for
thank you for-
following, Galaxy Bear. Sorry, we both kind of went for that at once, like a pair of Furbies. But, like, literally, like, Winco is like Costco's disreputable cousin who's fun. Because the prices really are good, and I like it. It's more feral than a Safeway. Oh, I remember what I was going to talk about. We would talk to, like, one of the cashiers a lot who was fun. It was like, oh man, he was starting to tell, like, old drag scene stories. That was great.
Oh, fuck yes.
But he would talk about, like, oh yeah, I love working here, because, like, if I need to, like, bend my schedule around because I want to go biking in the evenings, it is easy here. Like, they actually have enough staff instead of never enough staff. Seriously, if you're ever on the lookout for, like, a grocery store level job, see if your local Winco is hiring. It is one of the better choices.
Yeah.
All I have here is Walmart or Sam's Club. Oh,
Oof.
I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. The area I grew up in didn't have a Walmart, ever. Like, infamously. The county as a whole legally blocked Walmart from setting up shop in the county.
Wow,
Because
fuck yeah.
they literally, yeah. It is a hippie dense area, and nobody was on board. Because it's like, you will kill all of our local stores. That's what you've been doing. Fuck off. And I never went into a Winco until I was, like, a legal adult. I mean, into a Walmart. I don't like it. It's bad.
It's
bad in there.
It's a little weird, right?
It's like, it doesn't feel right. Like, okay, I joked earlier, like, Winco is rendered on a PS1, which to me means, like, it's got a cluttered, high energy, over bright feeling, but there's a lot of like fun details and shit. And like, oh, big walls of weird pallets of energy drinks that are like 50 cents each, but like over here is the pinata aisle, and you can look at all the weird pinatas. And like a Walmart in contrast is like a Unity map
Yeah.
where someone just dumped all of the assets they could find onto shelves, kinda, and just left it like that, and it's weird.
Damn. You know what's
I
weird?
did
Oh, you finish that and then I'll tell you.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Digital Freak says, I tried to apply to, I assume, Wincos when I was closer to one. I remembered one of the people who I talked to said that if they quit that day, they would have gotten closer to 100k since he was there for at least 16 years. He insisted he would never leave because since he had some fun memories there. That's a glowing appraisal, yeah.
Oh wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah. Sorry, you gonna say that?
You know they sell Dan Presto figures at Walmart now? Every so
What?
often, when I go hunting for, like, One Piece figures or whatever, it'll be like, oh, Reiju Vinsmoke. Well, we have one of those in stock at Walmart on the online store. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean you have Reiju Vinsmoke? What do you mean?
so
Why?
weird. That's both very funny, but is also the first thing I've ever heard that's like, oh man, anime's hit some kind of weird mainstream
Yeah.
benchmark of consumption. Like some like invisible water level switch goes off every now and then.
Yeah.
And it's like, I distinctly remember like the first time that like graphic novels for kids started showing up in Walmarts.
Yes.
That's like, oh shit, alright. Oh, speaking of One Piece, Netflix has up to Water 7 now for One Piece? Fuck yeah.
Oh, cool.
I still recommend read the manga first. Read the manga first.
Yeah.
I'm begging people, read the
Please.
manga first.
Please.
The anime's very fun. There's not just the filler, there's also some weird... Read the manga first.
Come on.
Come on!
Come
It's got good
on.
posing.
It's fun.
You like good posing.
You like a good
it's
manga? You read a chapter every day on the toilet. It's good. Come on!
Oh, I went into anime first and learned about the manga after? Whoo!
Ooh.
That's impressive.
That's what I did
Oh, the
too when
roller
I was a
derby.
kid. Oh, thanks.
I always started manga first, but then as a kid it was like, well, it's 2006 and I live in the middle of nowhere and I can't afford to have Shonen Jump mailed to my post office box anymore.
Yeah,
So
For me, it was literally I had no idea it existed until Toonami.
yeah. I think the most millennial thing I could do is rhapsodize about nostalgia for Tom from Toonami,
Oh,
but also
man.
Tom was a fucking real one, man.
Oh, I think in Japan, Tom's voice is Zoro's voice actor.
That's extremely funny.
Right?
Watching anime episodes, part 1 out of 3 on YouTube was the thing to do. Yeah!
Oh, man. I would do that. Okay, I got lucky in 6th grade and my homeroom teacher was the computer lab teacher. So, literally, we would spend the first hour of our day just goofing around and I would just go on, like, I would go watch Naruto episodes, or what I would do is I would, like, watch whatever was new on Newgrounds, or try to learn the fucking Lucky Star dance in class.
I think I still have some songs by the Weeble and Bob dudes stuck in my head for the rest of my life.
Oh no.
It's regrettable. It's extremely regrettable, but just every now and then, in the middle of the night, doing something else, my brain just goes, Scotch eggs are actually invented in London in 1932. It's like, no! No! Moustaches, no!
I distinctly remember watching Charlie the Unicorn for the first
my
time
God,
in
yeah.
class.
I think Charlie the Unicorn had to be discovered at a school like computer lab
Yeah.
every time someone that's its SCP power. This One Piece abridged. Yeah, from what I've heard, there's no very good One Piece abridged, which makes sense. I enjoy abridged shows. A lot of them were really bad.
Mhm.
I just remembered what I watched in middle high school ruined world history for me for a while. Honestly, every now and then I think about those early weird days of like Flash animation online and kind of the effect. I feel like there's a direct through line from like that era to like the amount of like younger folks you see getting into animation now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm so surprised when I see like younger animators with Newgrounds like linked in their bio, because I'm like, well, on one hand, it's great you're animating, that's fucking awesome. On the other hand, I'm a little like, who stuck around through Newgrounds this entire time?
Newgrounds is a hive of scum and villainy is the problem.
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes, yeah. But also, then again, YouTube is a treachery hell site, so hey, wherever you can get your hosting done, honestly.
Hey, wherever you go, there you are.
Yep. I hate abridges, I'm sorry y'all will never be as funny as early dubs where they didn't have clear translations from Japanese to English. I only really like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged still, and that's because of nostalgia.
Oh yeah, you know, I never
also,
watched
Lupin the
Dragon
Third
Ball
made its...
Abridged.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of Dragon Ball Abridged, but I was mostly there for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged because I was the exact right age
Yeah.
and know so much more about Yu-Gi-Oh! Up to about... I think the exact point that I hopped off on Yu-Gi-Oh! Was... And Seto Kaiba is also reincarnated from ancient.
Yeah.
Him? His
White
ass? Fuck you. That's the
Um.
whitest boy in Japan.
The last thing I remember from Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged was when they dropped the cover of The Fresh Prince of Brooklyn.
Christ. See, I'm talking about literally like Yu-Gi-Oh! As a whole.
Oh.
Yeah. No, listen.
I think the last arc I watched of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was the one where Tristan got put into the monkey robot.
I read the manga past there. I can actually tell you how that one's a surprise. His fake digital brother wasn't actually a real person and was an AI program who thought he was his brother.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Makes you think.
Makes you think, boy, this filler arc really wallpapered over the manga artist trying desperately to get out of having to make this manga anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Poor dude. Salute the troops, by which I mean manga artists who get trapped by unexpected popularity into doing something that they didn't really want to make.
God, do you remember though when they did the crossover with Bobobo?
Oh god, barely.
They got the artist for Yu-Gi-Oh! To draw Yugi fully in style popping out of the top of his hair. It was amazing.
Christ. That I loved that because I feel like a lot of manga artists wish they could do dumb stuff like that more often.
Yeah, exactly. It fucking ruled. It was really cool.
It really does. Oh, yeah, I just noticed some reactions in chat like, yeah, Seto Kaiba turned out to not only be reincarnated, but from like, okay, the real information is that Seto Kaiba is reincarnated from Egypt, and the original soul of the Blue Eyes White Dragon card was a white slave lady who was in love with his original reincarnation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Got all that? Wrote that down? No, not his girlfriend. His past life's girlfriend became the soul of Blue Eyes White Dragon, so it's infinitely dumber. These are things I have in my brain. I can't do geometry. These are the trades-offs.
Uh-huh.
I liked the part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where it was just a weird episodic, like, horror series at first.
Yeah,
I think
that was fun.
I think Yami Yugi should have stayed a nightmare ghost. I think he should have just remained a completely semi-amoral murder spirit.
It would be good for him, I think.
I think it would be good for him, and I think the rest of the plot should still be entirely based around how good friendship is.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of their friends is a murder ghost.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's pretty good. Bo.
Oh, thank you. I love to draw Mr. Bobo.
It's important to do that.
It's always
one of
important to draw
those basics.
Bobo.
It's like, you know, there's those like platonic like objects that you can draw to like warm up. Like, you know, you do your circles, you do your lines, you draw bo.
Yeah, you gotta draw Bobo.
And then you're really warmed up. But they don't really teach a lot in art schools because it's like a shortcut. I think we've girled.
I think so.
I think we have successfully done Wyman. I think earlier when we were drawing this, I didn't quite register
Oh,
the
yeah?
dialogue
Yeah,
entirely.
you didn't.
This train recording caps off with, "What's Breen gonna do? Fire me?"
What's Breen gonna do? Fire me? The resonance cascade's gonna happen tomorrow. Gordon just like, huh? What?
Gordon has been awake for 48 hours and is incredibly sure he's hallucinating this. It's like, well, at least it's... Gordon voice, "Oh yeah, like me when I stay up 48 hours and I start to see the suit man." The what?
What?
Oh, is this not a safe space anymore? That's kind of the plot of Half-Life 1, actually. Did you put the Bob song on the summer playlist?
It's summer. What's wrong? Summer's about sailing, bro!
I mean, I guess technically it's kind of a beach. Kind of. Oh, a new playlist has so many gifts to share. Please enjoy the summer playlist, by the way. I know Bugs has mentioned this already, but they have literally been working on it for like months, basically. They've been piling new songs in here for... There's 1,000 songs on this bad boy.
1,385.
Yeah. So more chapters of One... There's more songs on the playlist than there are chapters in One Piece so far.
One day they will be even.
They might be. If I saw the G-Man, I simply would mind my business and go home. Yeah. It's probably smart.
I'm gonna put my head down on the desk for a moment.
I think we're... Yeah. I think we're done. I think you
Yeah.
did the thing.
I think I'm done. Thank you, Random 00 Factor.
Thank you so
This
much,
was a
Random Double
fucking
Zero
delight.
Factor. Yeah.
This
It's
was so
legitimately, it's good to have an excuse to get back into Half-Life again, because I never really stopped being full of Half-Life opinions. It just... You run out of Half-Life eventually.
fun. That's the trouble. That's the trouble.
That's the truth. One day there will be more Half-Life, but for
This
now,
file-
getting to talk about the girls is really fun.
This file is named Lesbians, by the way. And I've been
Yeah.
I've been keeping it open so I could remember to have it open, so in the corner of my eye for the past few months there has been Lesbians.
I think that's good. I think that was good for you. I think it did good things for your brain. And
Agreed.
this is now sewn up, which means we have completed one of the final sketch pages, and Bugs will move all of the drawings into the drawings. That's
Yes.
yeah, genuinely, anytime I can get more people to know about Half-Life Decay and these really cool characters who I really, truly hold out a little hope in my heart that maybe it could, if they keep doing Half-Life stuff, you know, maybe.
Mhm.
Be fun.
Maybe.
Cool.
For now, let me pull up fan art real quick.
Yeah, let's check the fan art real quick. Do-do-do.
Oh fuck yeah, I already see things. Okay. Beep boop.
Yeah.
Excellent. Alright, so from Tenbush Forge, Frankenbug's ice cream crossover. Oh! Earl Grey with
Oh,
peanut butter chunks,
oh,
ice cream,
shit.
cut red fonts for antenna, M&M eyes, chalk mouth, and gray waffle cone. Oh, that's so cute!
Yeah,
Let's see.
look at... They're like character desserts that you'd get at like a USJ or something. They love these.
Frankie, vanilla and raspberry sherbet mix, cool lectable cup, cute, heart and lightning
Oh.
bolt sprinkles with a cool bolt spoon. Oh, that's neat! I like that!
Yeah, I like that a lot. The sprinkles are a really cute touch, and I have to admit I am fond of any like, and you get to keep the cup afterwards.
Same. Let's see. Chat cupcake, brownie with snowball resting on top with frosting eyes and customizable at the counter. Oh, that's so cute!
Oh, I like that a lot.
I see milk kazoo. I see milk
Oh
kazoo.
good. Oh good. Oh good. Oh
Frankenbug's
good.
cone, chatty chocolate chip conpedo sprinkles, frankly raspberry with lightning sprinkles, and buggy vanilla with PB bug bites. That's so cute. Thank you so much. What a cute concept.
I like that as a combo. Oh, and you missed one. And milk kazoo. I guess you get to keep the milk. Or you get to keep the. I mean, you can keep the milk if you want to. I wouldn't keep the kazoo.
What a
Thank
fun
you so
idea.
much.
Thank you so much. Let's
Yeah,
see.
this is really fun. I do have a weakness for this kind of like food design kind of concepts.
Oh, let's see. My idea to have Shepard meet Gina and Colette, Half-Life Opposing Decay, a 3D co-op game where each player has abilities to solve problems. Shepard is able to intercept Combine radio frequencies, decrypt trick Combine tech, he can operate pro-invasion military tech, and can befriend aliens. Gina is physically strongest, allowing her to push and move heavy objects and toss allies up or over
Correct.
into areas. She has an HEV suit to let her go through hazards and can make makeshift weaponry. Colette is a very good climber, allowing her to climb nature and move over uneven terrain. She's also a mechanical expert. She has a little drone to go through small vents and hacks and tech, and she's able to use very big and powerful guns. Shit, that's so cool!
Yeah, that's a lot of really cool design work you done here. That's great.
Wow, this is really neat. Oh,
Yep,
befriending a
extremely
little
good,
baby
like-
head crab over here.
Ooh.
That's so
And
cute.
This is a lot of like really good off-the-cuff conceptualization. That's a really good skill to have. Like, keep polishing that.
Yeah,
That's
for
good.
real. Thank you, TF. It's always fun to see what
Thank
you
you.
have.
For real. Oh, and from Cuppy Dog City.
Oh, Cuppy.
Christ.
Look what I snuck out of the lab.
Awesome.
Oops. I got these babies too.
Awesome. Fuck. Christ. I love the just pocket
The
full of
babies
head
coming
crab
out of
fry.
the pockets. Oh, that's
Yeah.
so cute.
I love how you really captured the absolute shape of head crab babies. How they're just like they're just little poingles. They're just little guys. They're just little like fucking dudes.
Oh, I love this. I love the expression work on them. The very light shade of gray you use for the wrinkles on them is very fun. I like that a lot.
Yeah,
Oh.
I do truly like the like shift of expressions there. Ooh.
Also, one small head crab, come closer, pet it, come closer, it will not bite, I promise. Okay. Okay, I promise. Hello.
I don't
head crab.
mm,
Oh, head
I don't know.
crab.
I,
Oh, head
mm,
crab. Oh, head crab.
I don't know if I'm.
Petting it, petting it, petting it, petting it, petting it, petting it, petting
I
it.
don't know if I
throwing
want to
it
put
at you.
my hand. I don't know if I want to put my hand in the mouth.
You have to. Yummy,
I
so
think,
snack for
I
head
think
crab,
this is like.
please.
I think this is like a horse situation where you got to put your hand out flat, like
Oh.
maybe.
Thank you,
Christ.
Cappy.
Oh, God.
Oh, hazing
One
the
more,
new
one
kid
more.
by making him help you scrape barnacles out of radiation zones to cook with your DIY filing crab pit grill.
Christ. I gotta let's see.
Autism be damned, my Freeman can work a grill.
Christ.
Oh, this is
Add an
beautiful.
emoji for grill.
Oh,
This
oh
is a
Barney.
The fucking yeah.
Oh. Oh. Oh, Cuppy.
Help, 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 help.
This can being so crunchy that you can't read what the label is adds so much texture to this.
His tummy
Oh.
hurts, but he's being so brave about it.
Who? Why,
Barney.
that's Barney. Oh, whoa.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, whoa.
Understandable. Understandable.
Hello,
Whoa.
hello.
Yeah. Yeah,
Thank
I
you,
do
Lemon.
recognize that it's Canada Dry.
Thank you, Cuppy. And we've got something from Lemon. Still thinking about those thoughts about Portal. I like these guys so much I powered through the fight of my life over complicated valve designs. God, do I feel that. Oh, look what the lambda!
These look great. These look great. Yeah, I like that a lot. That's cute.
Wow, look at the feet.
Rebels, escapees,
Oh,
ingrates.
look at the wiring. This is so cute. This is great.
Yeah,
my
you did
God.
You did a really good job of the robot body parts, even though that's like the most. He also says, please give these robots some more protective parts. There's so many exposed wires and joints. Yeah.
I really like
Yeah.
the metal rendering you did here. This is great.
Yeah, and I really like this concept of them like kind of more outfitted to be like out in the elements a little bit. It's got a good grasp of like bulky form. Like
The motion here is great.
bundles of wires got a good like muscular kind of feeling to them.
The volume
really
right
nice.
here really feels like it's in motion. This is great.
Yeah, incredible work, yo.
Yeah, for real. Robots are fucking
Robots
hard.
truly are a lot. Yeah, every Transformers like ship art maker is the most powerful person in existence because they not only decided to draw 2 people kissing, but 2 robots with
Mhm.
extremely distinct designs.
Lemon also says, I'm not programmed to be able to side with Black Mesa, however I can... Oh, actually, Frankie, do you want to read this?
Oh, sure. I'm not programmed to side with Black Mesa, but I cannot ignore your offer for very intriguing testing, Alex.
Oh, look at this. You got the,
Yeah.
the arms, quote-unquote arms, you've got the movement of the torso, the way the wires are hanging,
Yeah.
the sense of scale
you
is
know-
great.
Honestly, just like choosing to draw her with her body like correctly oriented towards the camera instead of the side
Oh
shot
my god,
of GLaDOS, that's
yes.
kind of easier to do. That's some real like, okay, now draw the dog from head on.
Yes.
Contemplate. Force yourself to engage with Goofy from a head-on position, kind of like level of difficulty.
Fucking
Ooh,
incredible work. Thank you, Lemon.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much.
It's been
Yeah,
a
for
great
real.
fucking show.
Yeah, like sincerely, like we announced really late, and that's probably going
Mhm.
to continue to happen now and then. Because some days I can't physically wake up before
Yeah.
when we'd usually like do the show, and it means a lot that like even on days when my health is weird like that, but I want to do a show, that people still show up. I really do appreciate that. And let's see.
Oh, I'm going
I
to
think-
send you guys to Mar.
Yeah, say hi to Mar.
No raid phrase.
Uh,
Just be polite. Be cool.
No? Okay. No raid phrase. Be cool, show respect to the rules there, follow them as you can, be supportive as you have been with us. Mar's a very cool creature, who I
Mhm.
enjoy greatly. And thank you all so much for your support tonight. It means a great deal to us, and y'all like came out swinging, which is super appreciated.
Yeah, for real.
Thank you so much for all of your donations. Thank you to anyone who subbed or resubbed. Thank you to anyone who followed today. Thank you if you talked in chat, hung out with us while we worked on this, helped us maintain sanity through the late time hours of artwork on due. And just in general, we appreciate y'all a whole lot. And of course, to those of you watching in the VODs later, thank you for everybody who supports the channel in whatever ways you do, large to small, because they all mean the world to us.
Mhm.
And we'll see you probably on Friday for, I don't know, maybe Wind Waker, maybe Pikmin. We'll see.
Yeah.
Get in the jar.
Get in the jar.
Get in the jar.
Get in the jar.
Oh, so comfy of jar. Oh, so cool and nice this jar. We put a little piece of moss in there just today, just for you. Get
You
in
have
jar.
to. You have
Get in
to.
jar.
You
Get
have
in the
to.
jar.
Get
Get
in.
in the
Get
jar.
in. Get in. Get in. Get in.
You
Get in.
cannot
Get in.
escape. You cannot escape. You cannot escape.
Bye bye.